I should have done it without connecting to the AP. Okay. I'm gonna show you the tracker, okay? Jumping off a cliff is one way to dodge a headbutt. Saku's class in Taekwondo don't. Alright, so this is the tracker for Final Fantasy X. This is where we're at the moment for things that we can and cannot do. Okay? So, you might notice Omega Ruins over here, which has one big guy that I am not beating because he's a super boss. And then an item that is after that, which I'm also not picking up because it is after a super boss. Okay, so we're not doing that. Okay, so Omega Ruins, just done, right? You can mark this one off as done. Okay, we just unlocked Kilika. We just unlocked Guadosalam. And we just unlocked Inside Sin, which is this one. Okay, so all of these we have available. So we also have a couple of things. I don't really know how to get back here. There is a boss here, but I don't know how to get here because I spawn on the ship and then I talk to Riku and it's done. But if I reset the area, then I'm just gonna go through the same stuff that I did earlier. So you should check out the Discord where Saku and Discord members run asyncs quite often. We also do syncs in the voice channel and all the time. Like we have archipelagos going all the time. But yeah. Hi, baby. Hello. But yeah, I'm stuck with this one right now, so I need to figure out how to fix this. That's Ruby is now come for pets. Kilika we literally just unlocked, so there's a lot of things here that we have to do as well. We have Mushroom Rock Road, which I also don't really know how to get to yet. Because I think that I keep getting stuck up here again. So I might have to walk all the way back down, but we'll see. It's one location, but again, I have to 100% this. Thunder Plains, we have a Cactar statue minigame event, which I don't know if that is something that I need to do or not. All the syncs, someday I'll catch one. I think I might change the AP multi-world role. I might have 2 AP multi-world roles. What I could do is make it so that we have an AP because we normally don't ping for syncs because we do them so often. It would be a ping all the time. And so what it would be, it might be cool if we just make an AP multi-world sync role and an AP multi-world async role so that people can just turn off one or the other, right? We do syncs? Oh yeah, in voice chat all the time. We'll normally like post somewhere that we're doing a sync and then we just delete it. They are very improv, yeah? We've done so many already. They're just like normally a small, they're very like, they're very they're very impromptu. Like, yeah, like super quick, very not scheduled. Like, we're like, hey, I want to do an async in the next, like, 10 minutes. Who's free? Blah, 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 blah. Right? That kind of thing. Yeah, so, like, we want to do a sync who's up. Exactly like that, yeah. And then we just delete it afterwards. Monster Arena I still need to go to. Did we check on availability in terms of time, then run it? Exactly what Pseudo is saying. Yeah. We haven't collected all the primers. You'll notice right here it says 17. Yeah. You can see kind of like the stuff that we have to do, right? So that's kind of like the remaining things. We might finish it today, but I need to 100% all of the checks that are on this tracker that is something that I've unlocked, right? Yeah, I think a separate role for ping for syncs might not be a bad idea. I think so, right? Like a sync one where I'm just like, hey, I want to do a rando who's up. Wabam. Please? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I can do that. It'll be a role you'll have to give yourself because I don't, I'm not going to change the current role. I'm going to turn the AP multi-world role into AP multi-world asyncs or async AP multi-world. And then I'll add a new one that's going to be sync multi-world. So, yeah. Just because I don't like, yeah, I don't like pings. I don't like pinging people unless they want to be pinged, because I know how it feels to be constantly pinged all the time. In all good discards. I like relevant pings. Exactly, yes, I like relevant pings. But, yeah. Hi, Chico. I think I said hi earlier. Maybe I didn't, because you were talking about the Samoan headbutt, which I don't know what that means. Also, Cad and SSJ, Ichigo, Rashkivar, Skash, and Zizzy, welcome in. Also, Skash got a 10 consecutive watch streak. Titus got an 85 consecutive watch streak. Thank you all so much for your watch streaks. Are you all excited for the game? I'm about ready to open it. I just want to make sure that it's all good. Yeah, if you know wrestling, then you'd know. I'm not a professional wrestler. Can confirm. So, I in fact do not know the wrestling. No, I'm not. I know it's a surprise. I know wrestling is not one of my fortes. I know everyone's probably shocked. That doesn't necessarily mean that I can't kick butt, okay? I'm just letting you know. I can still kick butt. Just, yeah. So we're never gonna get Saku perform an RKO out of nowhere? I came here for the wrestling? I'm surprised you're not a professional wrestler. I feel like I could, right? Like, I feel like I could. Yo, thank you so much for that. That was great. Thank you so much for the 707 biddies. You know, it would have been really funny if you got the random low chance Ganon. Yo, thank you so much for the gigantic fighting emoji. Smash chairs over people? Yeah. Bow, bow, bow. Would take a seat for that. Okay, I'm trying to move my, Oh yeah, that's right. I always forget that I have the scene Or I got the text client all the way off in Narnia over here where I can barely read it. So, yeah, now I remember. I'm like, why do I feel like I had this, like, done in a really weird way? But yes, now I'm remembering. Started playing Final Fantasy 12 again? You don't know how far into the game you're at? Final Fantasy 12 is a game on my games queue, so I have no idea how far you are either. By God, it's Saku with that steel chair! It's true. Just finished your third con managing a booth for your Extra Life Guild. Yoda, that's awesome! How'd it go? Hello? Hello, Ruby. You want pets? Oh, there it is. Hello? Where's chat? There you are. Extra Life mentioned? Yes. There's games! I know, we actually play games on the stream. It's surprising. Connect. Connect. We're close to 150K for the year so far. Heck yeah, that's amazing. That's fantastic. Can we get some love or hype in the chat or both for Yoda? That's amazing. Hello again, Ruby. I see you're back. For more pets. Where be? Where be? Where's my cutscene skipper? I know you're here somewhere. Why do I? Oh, because it's in alphabetical order. That would make sense. All right. So last time on Final Fantasy X Rando, we played Final Fantasy X Rando and we got 3 new zones unlocked. Kilika, Guarusalam, and Inside Sin. We are still looking for, at minimum, 1 more zone in order to clear everything, okay? There's still Bavel we have not found. And because I'm going to be putting this into a community async that I'm doing, one of the rules for the asyncs is that you have to be able to obtain all checks in the game and know how to get them. So the reason why I'm doing this now is so that I can make sure that I'm, you know, doing the rules, keeping the rules. So yeah. So welcome back. So we're here. I don't know where here is actually. Where are we? I need to connect to the tracker. Okay, we're here. All right, what we need to do actually is we need to go to the airship and leave. That's not the airship. That's wrong buttons. Actually, what I should do is I should unlock more stuff with these characters. Because I have 14 movements. Is there a level 1 sphere? We have 4 of them. But I feel like there's not much for here. Right, we have Ultima. We'll just continue using spheres here. Use magic, no, agility. We need to go fast. Like, our main thing is that the best thing to do, honestly, is to just go fast. We can go here. Move here. Yeah, hang on. Yes, and use agility. Move. This will be fine. Okay, perfect. Titus, again. Honestly, going full into agility is kind of like the way to go for everything at the moment. Titus has way too many things already. We can go to Waka's, I guess. So we'll warp over to Waka's sphere grid. Because there's no disadvantage. Auto haste is something I have no idea where on the sphere grid it is. It would be really nice if I knew. Riku, move. Auto haste. Oh, it's an armor ability. Again, agility is kind of like the main thing. Just throw everything into agility. If we're moving like 5 times faster than everything else, then it won't matter what, yeah, it won't matter. Oops, magic defense. Yeah, if we're moving 5 times faster than everything else, it won't matter what, maybe accuracy would be good too, because we need to actually be able to hit things. Nope. Move. Use. Strength sphere would be cool too. Okay. Well, bam. Well, bam. All right. We gotta go fast. I keep doing that. Please stop. Board the airship. Let's try going back to Bosch Temple. See if this works. If it doesn't work... Oh, we're here now. I think I might have reset this area last time. Okay, okay, okay. This isn't bad. This isn't bad. Maybe? I actually have no idea. Okay, I think we actually... Oh, we did... Okay, now we triggered the next area. I wonder what we needed in order to do that.
What's up?
I almost got payback.
I get the...
Payback time. All right, it's time to beat a boss. Let's go. No, I don't think this is considered a super boss. Do 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 do. All right. Yeah, we have Can we just like use Ultima and Ultima? I wonder what that does. honestly, this guy has 2,000 HP left. I want to use something so that Riku overkills it. Because I want Riku to overkill it. Don't you dare. Okay, whew. I was worried that I was gonna get petrified. Guard allies while in a defensive stance. Can you just raise the party's accuracy? Skill. Where's mix? Use, there we go. I'm still gonna use dark matter. Which should still kill it. What? It didn't overkill it? Are you for real? I thought that would be more than enough. This boss has no overkill? Aw, darn. Okay. I thought it did. Power spheres. Nice. Excuse me. Go back down. Is that a eject sphere? That looks like a eject sphere. It's fine. Now you got that song stuck in my head. Just blue debris. Darn. Hang on. Can we go back this way? There is definitely... hang on. There might be something in the water, but I can't tell. Because the map isn't exactly the same. There's something for Lulu here, I think. But I don't know where it is. It's a chest? Am I like not able to see? Because I don't see it. Chest? Chest? Should be like over here, I think. I wonder if it's above. Maybe it's up? Right, do I not? Is it on here? Oh, it's down? Where is this thing? Hello? It should be over here. Behind a rock, the camera will change and you get in the right spot. Should be somewhere over here. How's it going? It's outside of the circle? Oh, I thought it was on the right side. Gotta mash X while you're in the alcove? Oh, you're right. There we go. Oh man, a fiend spear. Oh goody. I knew there was something here. Yeah, the green spot on the map is a something that will enter the next area. Yeah, the super bosses are very particular on what they are, and normally those particularities are Dark Aeons or Omega or something in the monster arena, Ultima, etc. There's something over here. Special spheres. No! Excuse me. Whoa, 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 whoa. I got a special weapon for Waka. Okay, why does it say that this is red? Oh, nope. I don't think I have the ability to do this. Maybe? Yeah, I don't have that event done yet. Yeah, or that one. There's 2 bosses I haven't been to because I haven't done Kilika and I haven't done Bavel. So I can't actually get these. But I love these spheres and how pretty they are. All right, now the question is, how do I get out of here? How do I leave? Can I even leave? Is your check in Omega Dungeon just Ultima weapon? Is it? Wait, is Ultima weapon not a super boss? Gotta press X? Oh, yeah, you're right. Ah, look at that. I keep pressing the wrong button. Okay. Well, we've done here as much as we can. Was wondering why it was showing up on your map? Yeah, okay. I guess we can go back to Omega Ruins then. Get punched in the face a few times. Steal! Whoa, 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 whoa. Special. Wait, how do I... Oh, wait, that's not Titus. Or that's not Riku. No, the chest is gone. See, the thing is enemies in here I can still capture. So, yeah. I have to pay attention to that. We'll just keep on doing this. This is the international version. Well, the HD remaster is part of the international version. It's not the exact same, obviously, but there is, it might as well be. I want to see how much damage I do. Okay. Waka's a little bit not doing much. I gave myself a lot of gil because I needed to be able to get Yojimbo, and Yojimbo told me I was poor, and so he wouldn't talk to me. Hey, Kumis. See, look at how many attacks I get before these guys even think that they can move. Oh, hey, I don't think I've captured this guy yet. Well, he's immune to stuff. Well, you're dead. Wraith captured. So I gave myself infinite money so I could get Yojimbo because I wasn't gonna go grind out money to play the rando. Goodbye. But yeah, Fiend Capture is another thing that, like, I don't have turned on as, like, a required thing, but also at the same time, I see. I see. You know, I think I might just, not do anything. We'll just raise our accuracy, because why not? I hope you die. Right here? Oh, thank God. Okay. Because these things will blow up and do a lot of damage. I would like to not have that happen. But Waka can't really do anything because I haven't put anything into Waka. Oh! Well, at least it didn't get bigger from the counterattack. No! I wasn't. Oh, thank God. I thought that was Titus that I had equipped, but no. Bye-bye. So yeah, capturing enemies also gives items, but because we have what's it called? Because we turned off Fiend Capture as like an item that we can get stuff from, they're just junk. I did not know that, Ancient Dragon. We're just gonna keep on moving, I guess. Are you done your sphere grid? Oh, I guess you are. Wow, that was fast. Okay, we'll use a warp sphere and go somewhere else, I guess. We'll just go here, I guess. We'll start there. Because we're gonna see, the problem is that that Waka's gonna have an issue. Wait, I went the wrong way. Waka's gonna have an issue where, if I don't use these spheres, they kind of all go to waste. So I'm just going to use them. Like, if I don't navigate around the world, then, yeah. They just kind of disappear. So... Hikari, thank you so much for the 55 consecutive streaks. Is there a randomizer for tactics? Somebody look at the big old list of randomizers. Find out if Final Fantasy Tactics has a randomizer. I feel like Waka's HP is gonna be like almost 9,000 again. Riku's sphere level is pretty high. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Where do I want to go? This way? Yeah, we'll go this way. Use agility sphere. Use... Oh, wait. No, we gotta move. Use agility sphere. We're already doing 9,999 damage. Everything... See, if we use an agility sphere like that, then we actually get more stats, right, than what we would if we just came across a rogue agility node. Because these ones that buff it here, they're actually stronger than the other ones. You know what? Let's go with accuracy. 'Cause I haven't really been doing very much with accuracy. Oh shoot, I could have come down here. That would have worked better than going all the way around. What is this? Oh, Ultima. Ah, we'll just give Ultima to everybody, I guess. Yuna's on this track, so we might as well give magic. Use magic. Use magic. Use magic. Move here. Okay, there we go. We're good. Mari can move wherever. Kamari has Lancet, which makes basically everything a joke. If I, you know, had actually been able to use Kamari for a long time. Perfect. See, Titus has 9,999 HP. Waka has 9,999 HP. Riko's a little bit behind, but, yeah. We'll just, use all of my basic potions here to get everybody at max. Riku never has HP? Don't worry, we'll give Riku HP. I would really like to save, because I did make a lot of progress. All it's gonna take is for, like, one, oh, good. All it's gonna take is one Marlboro attack, and my face just disintegrates. Goodbye. Riku has learned Victor for override or overdrive. I don't know why I keep saying override. Mix is still the OP. Right. Oh, goodness. Oh, look. Nice. I'm assuming that's for like, getting, oh. I went the wrong way. Ooh. 11,000? You break limit. I didn't realize that I had Waka with the OP weapon. I apparently have Waka equipped with his celestial weapon. Hello? How did I not notice that? Oh yeah. Okay. I'm a professional. Oh goody! I haven't caught you yet. I'm going to for one turn.
It's gonna hurt. Yeah.
Good night. That'll be fine. He's perfectly fine. Don't worry. He's just really sleepy right now. What are you weak against? Fire. We even have anything with fire? Oh yeah, bomb cores. What? Oh wait. Oh no, that's hell. Oh, plus I was not paying attention. Yep. Well, he's awake now. I'm a professional. This is why we get like 10,000 attacks before it does. Hopefully this is still fine. Breath. Well, that should be a character capture or a fiend capture. Man, I have to keep on using all these spheres because I would lose all the experience otherwise. But it's so good to just like level up so much. Look at all this stuff. Riku keeps moving. Move here. Use what did we need? HP. Do we even have HP? Oh yeah, we do. I went way too far. That's fine. This was a mistake. It's fine. We'll go back. I should have gone this way. Never mind. I have no idea what I'm doing. I am definitely big goof. We'll go here. Would be great if I had anything that I could use to, like, you know. Wait, I have to manually use that? What? The whole time? I was like, oh, we must not have any fortune spheres. And then I got here and I'm like, but I swear I had fortune spheres. What? Oh my god. I am super grumpy. I've gone through so much of the sphere grid. Oh, I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt. Oh, I'm crying. Luck knows are rare. Anyways, it's fine. Yeah, but there's so many that I've passed already. Yeah, I don't really feel like doing this. Oh, hey, it's Tomberry. My karma shouldn't be that bad, because I don't think I've killed anything yet. Like, I don't think I've killed any Tomberries. Waka's damage is so high! And it did 20! Oh, it must be based on the amount of something else. Like total, maybe it's total enemies I've killed, because Waka is like not doing any. Yeah. Well, we just got a whole lot more again. One of the disadvantages of being so strong, or like my stuff right now, is the fact that I'm having to go through this entire sphere grid so quickly because I got my AP bonus. I think we're stuck again. Alright, looks like we're warping again. We're just gonna fill out the entire sphere grid. Why not? What is this? Zombie attack? Eh. We can go here. This looks like a dead end. Ish. Wait, no, that is actually literally a dead end. Okay, here. Use a magic defense sphere. Use a strength sphere? I don't know. Do we have? Oh yeah, we have lots. Just be using strength spheres here. Hi, Yuzu! How are you doing? Karma's there to remind you of who you've been neglecting. It's true. Delay attack. Okay. Well, whatever. We can go this way eventually. I wish I could zoom out on the sphere grid, because I would really like to know where I'm, like, where I've been kind of not doing anything. Use strength sphere. Use strength sphere. Move here. See, I feel like instead I'm just gonna use a warp sphere. We have so many warp spheres, I'm not really too worried about it. So now I can just go this way and move down. Okay, perfect. But you can press select and zoom out. Oh, wow! Oh my god, I'm Wow. Look at how much of the sphere grid we've already got for Riku. Yuna may have also a bunch of it. Oren's kind of a little neglected. Kimari is a little neglected. Lulu's a little neglected. Titus. Yeah. Titus is just gonna have the whole upper part of the thing done. Okay. How do I map? I can't remember how to map. I don't remember where I am. Okay, no. We should be able to go this way. Why am I struggling? Oh, good. I did not heal! I didn't heal. I didn't heal. Okay, hang on. Item. No. Item. Mega potion. No. This is still salvageable. That is a weak potion. What? This is still Mega Elixir. That was, yeah. All right, Waka. I can't hit you because I will kill you, but you will also kill me if you hit me. So, maybe we just Phoenix down. No. We want full heal. Is there an ability to full revive? We could just bring out Yuna. Actually, that might just be the better. Wait, can I not? Oh, there it is. Summon. We'll just summon anything. Goodbye. This boss has to go. This guy has to go. I don't even care. We're just getting rid of this guy. OP. No, I don't have any. This is my first Marlboro. Oh, hey, we're in this. Yeah. I'll share your pain with you. Okay, here you go. Here's your pain. Goodbye. Okay, we have some very important things we gotta deal with real fast. Yuna, we're just gonna move you. And then we're gonna move you. I have to, like, keep track of where I'm going. Move. Do we move here? I guess, yeah. Oh man, it's so nice to actually, like, not have to worry about anything and just, like, take a look at the sphere grid. Hey, Hatax! Oh my god, thank you for 29 months! Thank you so much for the support! You're amazing, I hope you know that. I can't see, because I need to zoom in. use no. Wait, hang on. No, that's double cast. Interesting. Arc Buster. I don't need to worry about black magic. No. I need to use an agility sphere so I can go faster. I would like to have like multiple turns in comparison to another enemy, right? Like I'd like to just be able to go fast and yeah. Okay. Formation. We need to put Yuna back on the bench. Yeah, no, maybe. I don't know. I kind of want Waka out right now because he has a celestial weapon. And so he's just doing so much damage. What's your agility at now? That's a great question. I could just use regular high potions, but, yeah. Titus, what's your agility? 190. I don't even know what the, yeah. One of your 98 mega elixirs? Yeah, but what if I need them for the final boss? No, see, I need to go this way. There we go. This is where I've been trying to go, but I can't figure out how to go down this path. Does Riku have hers? Does she? Oh, yeah. She does. Never mind. Titus, I don't think, does. Yeah. What if we need those mega elixirs later? Oh, hey, we got enemies that I don't think we fought yet. Oh! I think I'm OP. We might get 2 fiend captures here. Yeah. Wait, is this not? Oh, there's the path that I need. Okay. Found it. Everybody's laughing at me about my mega elixir problem. Listen, okay? It makes sense. I have a concern that I might one day need these mega elixirs. And I have no idea how many mega elixirs are in the pool. Do. Think that's an elevator? To be honest, I didn't know if it was an elevator or a teleport pad, but there's definitely a boss right here. Like, right here. Not this guy, obviously. We need to get rid of these guys because they'll stone me. And, I'm not interested in dying at the moment. What do we have for experience? Ooh, yeah. Riku needs to get some more. Oh my god. Move down here. Down here, down here. I'm just gonna get all the levels. This is so good. I love this. Oh my god, I love this so much. Not having to grind anything out and just grabbing things along the way like this. Chef's kiss. How do I get over there? Oh, this way. Do. Goes this way, and this way, and this way, and this way. Stop here. Get these. Move here. Grab this. See, the thing is that I have to use these because if I don't, then when I go to the boss, if it gives me a lot of AP, I'm not going to be able to use it. Tuscan, thank you so much for the 86 months. I can assure you your concerns are not justified. Maybe. It was my first time playing the rando. What if the game just deletes all of my potions? And then I have nothing but mega elixirs? What if the, you know, Sokka, please! How are those lock nodes? How big are those lock nodes? They're just the small nodes. You just have to use the locks on them. But I have no desire to because I'm just going to go and continue to go through my sphere grid here. Use agility. Agility is really the only thing that I think is useful at this point. Well, besides strength, because eventually I'll unlock my damage limit, and then I'll be able to use all of the damage. How is Titus's stats looking? Like that? He's got more agility than he has strength. I need to use a warp sphere so I can go somewhere else. I mean, I could just use a level 1 key sphere. We'll go this way. HP gets kind of useless when super bosses start hitting you for 99999. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is like at this moment, I have no idea. Right, I have no idea how. How to stop things from doing so much damage to me. Like, besides protect, like, if I had something that was like auto protect, auto shell, or something like that, I'd be like, oh, thumbs up. But I don't think I do at the moment. Auto protect, auto shell, auto haste. One of those or all of those would be fantastic on anything. Customize. Well, hang on. I need to equip the item. See, we could have silver shield with 2 things, but I need something with 3 things. We literally only have one piece of equipment for Waka. You can override customizations in the rando. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. So we have customize. How do we know which one we have equipped? Oh, the ones with the arrows. That's Kamari. As Lulu. Okay. I don't want SOS. Oh, auto haste. Auto haste is free! Now it's not free! What? Wait, do I only get 1 free? Ruined! I have no light curtains. So I can't auto-reflect. Okay, well, Riku is gonna be super fast, I guess. Ah, this is gonna be so bad. It might be so good, but I don't know. We'll find out.
You're kidding.
I've never fought this boss. I have no idea what to expect. Do you have... Give it all you've got. Well, I don't know what I've got. I've got white magic. I've got haste-ga. Let's haste us all. I feel like this thing is gonna hurt me. I'm scared. Okay, I'm not scared. He may have died. Well, we maxed out damage on Waka. Ooh, boy. Well, that was
not Omega.
Nope.
Just a shadow born from Omega's wrath.
Yep.
What, so the main man's still around?
Come on out, Omega!
No.
When we meet, I will send it.
I am going to turn off encounters because I've made progress. Oh, heck, what? I just walked back on something. Hello, where am I? Oh, no. One of these is the wrong way. And I think it's that way. So we're going this way. This one? Oh, am I really gonna have to fight? Even with the encounters turned off? Rude. Mental break works well. Yeah, a mental break would be nice. Look at Titus with the tiny hits. How many? Look at how many attacks Riku gets. Oh, heck. We're gonna max out our sphere grid again. Maybe we have some level speak here. Level 3 sphere keys. Yeah. Accuracy. Waka always needs more accuracy. I don't know which way to go. Move. Yeah, we'll go this way. I don't want to lose all these stats. Ooh, hey. Auto haste is amazing. Fortune. I do like luck. Auto taste? I feel like auto taste does not sound like an amazing thing. This area has a lot of things that are not, here, we'll add more strength. Honestly, Waka can use it. This is Yuna's sphere grid? Ah, it's fine. Waka can get all the MP. Honestly, it doesn't matter because, it's not like Yuna's coming back to this. So I'm just filling in with whatever I want. We'll just give Waka more strength, and then he can do 99999 damage all the time, even with like things that have defense. What else we got? We don't need HP because we can't get anything higher than HP. What we have, agility. We'll just keep going agility. If I could put in more defense, I would. I don't know how to because I don't think I have defense spheres. I just have magic spheres and strength spheres. Yeah, I don't have any defense spheres. But the thing is no matter what, like, it's not like I actually need to, really worry now. I'm just grabbing every node that I possibly can along the way because I can beat the game at this point easily. The dilemma now is just, you know, getting all of the checks right that I want for the rando. You only have 98 mega elixirs? I know, I don't even have 99 anymore. Having a triple AP is making some of these characters a lot stronger than others. Looking at Riku. I could go this way. I should go this way and then come back up this way. Yeah, I don't have defense spheres, so I can't use defense spheres. So it would be nice if we had any, but we don't. Titus doesn't have triple AP or double AP or whatever it is. So right now we're just having to go very basic through all of his stuff. He's not getting nearly as much AP as everybody else. There's so many ways I can go. I'm not doing this very efficiently, but that's okay. I really am just trying to go fast. See, if we go back through here, we can get some of the nodes that we unlocked earlier. Shoot. I should have gone. Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. Like I said, not very efficient. Don't really care. It's mostly just... Yeah, hang on. I need to make sure that everybody's full healed. Hopefully this is where I need to be. No. My accuracy is a problem. Ow. Me not saving is a bigger problem. I'm dead. I'm actually dead. I'm actually dead. I'm actually dead. Yeah, right here I die. I lost all my progress because there's no save point. I did not realize that I literally turned off encounters so that I wouldn't run into one of those guys and reset everything. Please tell me the autosave at least did something. Hang on. Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. I think it actually did. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know how to deal with those guys because I don't really have much that I can, right? Like, oh, I think I did. I don't know that I... Can you give anyone first strike? Hang on. Let me see what Yuna's equipment is. Customize. Can I? Well, I really wish I could sort this out so that it was like whatever was equipped was at the top. Look for a ring that's got a purple next to it. I wonder if it's a weapon ability. So I don't see it on here at all. Oh, there's a break HP limit? Hang on. Does Yuna have her max weapon? No. Wait, there's a ribbon ability? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. Armor customized? Oh, I did not see that. All right, Waka, you're going out for a second. We need Yuna. Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. It's so slow to scroll. Ribbon, ribbon, ribbon. Ribbon, ribbon, ribbon. Oh, yeah, it's right at the bottom. No! Oh! It uses all my ultimas! Okay. I'm grumpy. That hurts. Mean. It's fine. 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 I think I have to bite. I think I have to bite Ultima again. That is not what I meant. Fight Ultima again. I think I have to fight Ultima again. Yeah, we might as well just go down. Move. Move. One there. Move there. Move back. Okay, this will be fine. Hopefully. I don't even know where I am anymore. Well, Riku still has auto haste, so it must not have been super far back. I gotta go all the way back. Oh, hey, this is a character, or these are things that I don't think we've killed yet. I'll just punch this guy. Because he's gonna die now anyway, so at least Yuna can get some AP. Yuna is very slow at the moment in comparison. Overkill. Not overkill. Overkill. Game almost froze. That was scary. I have a problem because Yuna isn't getting a turn. Oh, hey, I don't think we fought this thing yet either. Am I zombie? I feel like I'm zombie. Zombie, zombie. Oh, I've got darkness. I think it tried to kill me. Oh, silence. Tried to silence me. Yo, I can summon something, finally. Curse, blind, and poison. Yeah. All right, Bahamut. I don't know if any of these guys even, yeah, half damage, double damage is nothing. Honestly, I'm just gonna use Impulse. Well, I'm pretty sure those are new things. Please let me use, oh my god, Riku's Sphere Grid. Look, now we won't have to worry about potions ever again, because we don't have any. The amount of stuff I have to do is so high. I went too far, but it doesn't matter because it's not like I'm struggling. I'm in what? Whose sphere grid am I in? Yuna's? Lulu's. Oh yeah, because I'm getting the different magic elements. It's like, what would I even want to have on stuff? Because I can't have break, oh, there's so much agility here. Oh my god, so much agility. Please. No, wait, yes, I can move more. Look at all these agility spheres. You press F1 to activate the speed up, even though it doesn't show it's active on the screen. It speeds up to how the character travels on the sphere grid. Ah. Oh my god. Here, we'll do speed up. Hang on. Oh my god. That's so good. Can go fast. How do we get there? Oh, I guess we go all the way back around. Okay, that's fine. We'll warp. We'll just warp here. Where was it? Here. Look at how fast we go now. Oh my goodness. Move here. Move. I just wish I knew the sphere grid better. Yeah, here I am, like, getting excited about the fact that I got Yuna, like, 2 or 3 agility spheres, and I'm just, like, cruising through here. that I'm gonna just get Riku even faster than what I had before. Okay. Hey, heroes, welcome in! Where do I even want to go with Waka? I guess we'll just go on the other side of this. Is there a dead end? What are Riku's stats now? I don't know. Give me a sec. Strength. Move here. Use. Agility. You're on the bench, so it doesn't matter if you have fast. Accuracy is important. God, there's so many blank spots. The answer is high enough. Yeah, honestly, at this point, it doesn't really matter what I put where, because like I said, I can, as long as I have break HP or whatever else out, then that's fine. But now I see why there's like multiple times where I'm getting 999, you know, dark matters that have gone to waste now because, yeah. Just all the accuracy. I don't even know if I've maxed out accuracy or not yet. Just keep putting in accuracy. I don't know why I read that as Mojito, not Marlboro. Game over again, against a Mojito. I think it's a drink, right? It is? Okay, I'm not crazy. I really like, you know what? I'm just gonna turn off encounters. Oops, that was not turning off encounters. Instead of turning them off. Oh man. Okay. Is there like a way to get rid of all this stuff on me? I think we'll just use Bahamut. Before Riku dies. I always forget that the toggle doesn't turn it off first, that it turns it up. Oh, what happened? How did Titus get free? Overkill. Titus got lucky? What, did you just miss? I didn't get confused? Oh, goodness. Okay. Look, now there's no regular potions. So we just use high potions, see? It was all according to plan. Let's go back to fast. I don't know how to go down this. There we go. Look, we're going fast. So fast, I can't even tell where I'm going. All right, please tell me I don't have to fight this guy again. I feel like I won't. Ruby is like, no. Okay, but we're fine cause Yuna, right? Yuna's good. We'll just quickly go and put Yuna's stuff in the sphere grid so she gets more HP. Move, accuracy, HP. Move. There we go. Perfect. Please don't be mean, game. What is this guy? This is not the one that I... What? Who are you? Okay. Well, he's dead, so it doesn't matter. So I just lucked out and got the Marlboro the first time? I am grumpy. Hey, Bruce! Wow. I had no idea that that was a chanced encounter. Where do I want to go? I can go all the way through here. This ends. So... Oh, wait, no, it comes back. Oh, no. This is the right way. Move. Move. Perfect. Let's go through here again. Move back here. Okay. Oh my god. I really hope we don't get Marlboro. Okay. Music is all weird. Oh yeah, you know. Hey, well, we got it. Well, that was nice. Progressive all bed primer. Oh man. Cuts out the ambience and oh, I didn't realize this hit. Okay, well now we're going back. So now we're really speeding it up because Omega I think is in here and I don't want to deal with him. Is it like a chance you'll run into Omega in here once you beat what's his guy? No, you just is he in a specific spot? Oh, Omega's at the bottom. Okay. I wonder if I could beat Omega. Probably not, but I'm not gonna try. I'm just trying to get through here really fast so I can leave. I have to go fast so I can I should have saved, but it's fine. Should go to Guadalupe.
Here we go.
Game's gonna crash? No, it's not. I have faith. I have faith. Where's the save point? Ooh, chest. Mana tablets. Excuse me. I don't want to go in there because that's bad. Is there something in here? What's in here? Chest. Oh, there it is. Wait. Oh, there's one here. Ahaha! Progressive all bed timer. Did you know that Faith can sing? No. I had no idea. Just kidding. That's a Jex sphere. That's here. And I don't know that, at least I think that is. Or maybe it's down here. Ah, no, it's this one. Remedies, oh boy. There's a save point inside of here. I think. Hey, Karam. Present yourself to Lord Seymour. No. What are you talking about? I have Lord Seymour in my party. You just can't see him. He's invisible. I promise you, he's there. I'm not crazy. I don't know which door I need to go in. I feel like it's not this one. This is a very confusing place. Okay, so if I go up, go in there, there's a save point, because that's where the thingy is. And then down here is to the Moonflow. No, I lied. Wait, hang on. Is there a save point in... Is there an inn here? Hang on. Where's the inn? Are you the inn? Are you the weapon shop? You have a save point? I thought you would have a save point. Oh, this is a chest? It's not a real chest! Oh my god. Rude. Oh, that is the far plane. Road to the far plane. Okay, so... No, there's a save point then at the bottom. Oh, I'm just a goof. Hang on. No. I got this. Don't worry. I got this. Okay, if we go this way and then in here, there's a save point. Ah! Wait, my camera froze? No! What? No! What happened? Hello? Okay, there we go. We good? That's back? Okay. He's back? Okay. Who's under camera and ice trap? That is an excellent question. We saved. Okay. Now I'm lost. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. Don't worry, the freeze isn't too unflattering. That's okay. Now you're good? Yeah. I'm not too worried. Okay, we gotta go. I think we saved. We're going in here now. This area is pretty quick, thankfully. This is the same run, yeah? Going up here. What? Oh, there's a chest right here. Aha! Bavel! Oh my god! Our last region! Yes! Our entire region is unlocked! Let's go. All right. Talk to Yuna.
Why does he...
Why does he want to see you? I have no idea. Why, indeed. All right, we're done. We've seen you. Now we leave. Can we go to the far plane now? Excuse me. Time to visit the far plane. What do you mean? I thought that's what happened. We did present ourselves to Lord Seymour. We literally did. Never figured it out? It's in here. I thought that by going in here...
What could it be?
Okay, somebody I need to talk to. It's Orin. Okay. Now is it Yuna?
I haven't done anything.
Okay. Is it Orin again?
I haven't done...
Okay, who is it? Somebody.
I get the feeling he called us up.
More than dinner. Oh, it's Lulu. I have to talk to all of them and get their little cutscene thingies. Kimari?
Kimari. Kimari, speak no more.
Why you keep with the refreshing?
Nothing against the maester.
Is it cutscene stuff? It's definitely talking to somebody.
Nothing against the maester.
Oh, I just had to talk to enough people, I guess. Alright, now we should be done with the cutscene. We go up here now? Oops. Nope. He's still here. A guardian abandoning his summoner? Most unbecoming. Yeah, okay, fine, I'll go back. Yeah, there's specific people you have to talk to in that thing. You get a cutscene, Seymour comes in, is like, I want to marry you. You'll be my waifu forever. Alright, go find the story trigger. It must be up here. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's in here. There's a door at the end. So maybe we'll... Ah! Isn't there? Maybe not. Hello, where's my story trigger? Maybe we have to go take a nap. At the inn. Yuna's gotta sleep it off. Alright, let's go take a nap. Oh, there it is. Found it. Alright, now we go to the far plane. Aha! There's a chest somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Haha! Found it! Oh, Aaron! Why you no go inside? What do you mean, yeah, I'm still here? Of course I'm still here. You don't like ghosts. I need to talk to Waka. Okay, maybe not. Isn't there something here?
Why don't you try calling someone?
No, because nobody's gonna answer their phone if I try to call somebody. Okay.
Just a sec more.
Okay. Well, we got kicked out. Let me back in. Excuse me. Wait, I got the upon leaving the far plane one, but there should be another visit here for a chest inside of the far plane. I just have to go all the way to the top. Is there no chest? What happened? Huh? Okay. Do 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 do. Yeah, there is a crest chest, but it is yeah. This should be talk to everybody down here. Everybody goes have a nap. Blah 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 blah. Right? Where's Nap? Where's Kamari?
Guado potions good. Buy some before leaving.
No. No, no, I didn't want to talk to you again. I don't think I can go here. Yeah. Okay. Now we talk again. There we go. Back.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Seymour, bye-bye. See you, bye-bye. Oh, hey, Lulu's here. Antarctic wind. Oh, goody. Hi, Lulu.
No one there?
She's not appearing.
Who is it?
None of your business.
Wow.
Sorry.
No, it's not your fault. Why aren't you here?
Because she's not sent. She's a fiend. I have no idea who she's talking about, so I have no idea, actually. Oh! I know who she's talking about. Oh my god, it just clicked. I know who she's talking about. The one who was the summoner. Yes, yes, I got it. Yep, no, yep. I got it. My brain has caught up. Yep. Okay. Board the airship. We're done here. Can we go to Mushroom Rock Road yet?
Yeehaw! Here we go!
There is something here, and I want to get it. We are off in the Narnia. Okay. How do I want to do this? Where even am I on the map? Okay. I need to go back this way. Heck! I mean, all these things are dead, so it doesn't matter. I don't even think that I'm gonna get any AP from this. But fiend captures are good because there's a possibility that, yeah. Where am I now? I feel like I'm not in the spot where I want it to be, but it's fine. See, the complicated part is that I don't actually know what I have or have not captured with fiends. And so my percentage is all kind of all over the place. Thank you, Molly. Yeah, but that's only if you have fiends turned on. I don't, so because I'm using auto tracking, it'll automatically take that off. Do 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 do. This is where on my map. I really wish I could tell where I'm looking at because I don't know. Like, this might be where I need to go? Maybe not? Yo. I'm assuming this is where I need to go. Use the celestial mirror? Yes, please. Auto shell. Nice. Okay. Wow, look at your cool weapon. See, I never did any of this stuff when I played this. Can I just go back to the airship without, like, going all the way back? Do I have to walk? Do I get anything for that? Did I get any new characters, new enemies? No. Captured all those before. Okay, we go fast. I hit Yuna with, or Yuna hit something with a staff and it overkilled them. Boop, 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 boop. I should just turn off encounters here, honestly. Yeah, this way. There should be a, yeah, save point here. Okay. So, Thunder Plains has something.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Everybody's gonna start panicking. Oh my god, Saku, is it the thing that you can't reset the area for? No. No panic. Although I can pick this up. Don't read. Okay. No, I'm not going to be able to I'm not going to be able to activate the Dark Mage's Sisters fight. Not here. What I need to do is I need to figure out where I am, actually. Yeah, I need to go this way. Okay, well, let's just get struck by lightning 20,000 times. Okay. There's a Jet Sphere here. Do I need to take a look? Okay, well, that was something. I guess it was junk. My thing that I need to do is a Cactar statue minigame, but I don't know where that is. So I feel like it's up here somewhere. Oh, there's marked on. Yeah, but the map doesn't actually line up with the map in the game. So I can't tell where they are because the map and the game map does not match. Like, this says there's a Cactar here. Do I have to touch it? No? So if that's that one, then there should be a minigame event, like, right here. But... you gotta press square. Oh. I'm not even dodging the lightning. I'm just gonna get struck by it. It's fine. No, I don't have to do any of them because I turned them off. Okay, we'll go fast so I can walk faster. No, I cannot because it won't let me. I'm assuming... is there another one somewhere over here? I'm not even dodging because I don't really care. I'm just looking for cactus statues. Should be able to. I pressed F1. It didn't work. Oh, okay. Here. We'll go fast. Now I've got it working. I might have been tapped out. So there's two here. Should be one over here. That one is not... Can you stop with the lightning bolts, please? What is happening? I'm being absolutely wrecked by lightning bolts. What? Why? Why? Why are they... why is it turning off? 4 times the voltage? Can we please just... I thought that I was safe by the towers. Why are you not letting me pray? I'm so confused. Ah! I know that it's got to be glowing. The problem is it wasn't glowing. Ay, ay, ay. We're going fast again. Do I even have health? Oh, thank God the lightning isn't killing me. It's okay. I just need you. I just need you. I just need you. Ah! Square. Just 3? Oh, wait, is it really just 3? Oh, thank God. Let me leave this awful place. What? Cactar ghosts? What ghosts? Whoa, 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 whoa! Whoa, there's a guy there! He's in the water! I swear to God, this lightning. I see you in the water. I'm getting hecked by lightning bolts and I'm so grumpy. What do I need to do? So please somebody just tell me so I can get out of this awful place. He's not going anywhere. He's just in the water. What do you want? I can't do anything with you. Is the ghost following me or am I following the ghost? Because it feels like I'm the one leading the ghost. To this tower? South right, you need to pray at. What tower? He's back! Because he only moves when I move. Please tell me. Oh, thank God. Please. Oh, please tell me this is over. Do I have to follow him or can I just come here afterwards? You can just go? Okay. Why can't I open this chest? I just want to open the chest. Instead of getting hit by lightning bolts. Hello? Are you pressing square to open it? No, I've never pressed square to open any chest. Do I have to pray to the chest? Okay, now I'm pressing square to open it. It's also not opening. It should be open the chest with X. Well, it's not X on this. It should be the confirm button. Okay, it's just the wrong... It's just the wrong... I guess the exact wrong spot. Oh my God. You need the magic pixel. This area is mean. Pixels matter. Goodbye, chest. Isn't this Lulu's chest? I didn't think it was Kamari's. I thought Lulu's stuff was dodging the lightning bolt. Oh, Supreme Gem. Oh, goody. How do I leave? Quick, get out. Let me out, 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 let me out. Goodness. Thank God we never have to do that again. This time, at least. There is something I need in Makalania. And apparently there's also something I need from the monster arena.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Yeah, that one wasn't a pain. Can I leave? Goodbye. Well, that was simple. Makalania, Bevel, Sin, Kilika. If I can do Makalania, then all that's left is the... Oh, and the airship. Why does it say there's something I need in Makalania? Oh, there's something in the temple. I have to reset this area. There's something inside the temple, but if I walk over there, I'm gonna get my teeth kicked in. Hang on, maybe Yuna will be fast enough that she won't immediately die. Hang on. Hang on, let me look at, customize for, what's Riku's weapon? What's Riku's weapon? Did I pass it? Feel like I passed it. Oh, I can't change her stuff because I think that it's... I am. Thank you. Thank you. Congrats on the 10 consecutive watch streak. Cannot customize. No. Hang on. How about we customize Yuna's? Because Yuna's not using a celestial weapon. First strike. Is it seriously only one return sphere? Okay, no. We got this. We got this. It's fine. No. We got this. I'm sure we'll be fine. Who knows? Yeah, but I don't have Orin very leveled up, so Orin will just get slapped in the face. I just need to defeat Dark Shiva. It's fine. Just one super boss. How bad can it be? I mean, we have the Magus sisters. Wait, what? We can go in here. Oh! Oh, wait, no. Yeah, it's the bottom of this. That's where the problem is. Yeah. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Yeah, they're standing at the door. They're waiting for me. All right, if we get first strike, we summon Anima. No. It'll be fine. It'll be fine because we have Anima and we're really strong. So Shiva's got nothing on Anima. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Fool! To come back to Makalania Temple, a traitor! Traitor! Find your salvation on the far plane!
Okay, we have first strike, so we should be able to summon. See? Look at that. Look at how many turns I get now before Shiva. All right, Anima. Go ahead. No, you can't. I think 2 something is like the max that you can get for agility. But it doesn't matter when I have first strike. So the boss hits a lot. It's a big hit. All right, Anima's gone. That's fine. That's fine. I think we're still fine. Maybe. You're just gonna quickly use what is white magic? Do we have the ability to just raise? No, we don't have a full raise, of course. Full not Mega Phoenix. I don't want Party from KO. I mean, I guess we'll just revive Yuna. Please. Okay, you know what? I thought that one attack was that. I didn't think she got 3 attacks all at once. So I'm kind of a little sad because I did not think that was going to happen. So yeah, I guess that's not enough. She killed Yuna off the bat. I still think we could have done it if she didn't kill Yuna off the bat. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. It's fine. We'll just come back another time. We'll reset the area at some point. Just not right now. Let's go to Kilika, because Kilika is like super early in the game.
Here we go!
I like how Saku was wanting a full raise when Shiva was literally hitting for 10 times her max HP. I have no idea what you're talking about. I was perfectly fine. Everything was fine. There should be stuff in here. Is there not stuff in here? Progressive. Oh my god! Hello! Oh, ha, ha! Ha, ha, ha! We got it! I don't know where the broken house is. I think it's over here. You? Save her! Save her! Save her! Get her out of there! This is the place! This is the place, isn't it? This is the place! I wanna be a blitzball! Or is that later? 40 chocobo wings. I want to be a blitzball? Yeah. Ooh, 40 dragon scales. Yeah, we got water abilities or water attacks. All right, well, that's everything from this town. So let's move on to the next stuff. Save, 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 save. Oh no, my wings! Sorry, Chocobo, but I need them to beat the game. Yo! Thank you, Spock, for the 200 biddies. Orin hits like a tank. But I haven't been using Orin. Hey! Waka's waiting for you. Oh god, Waka, why? I'm busy! You in here? Where's Waka? Waka's probably to the right because there's that ceremony. Yeah, if you do that cutscene first, I think that you don't actually get the ability to save the girl. So because the house is gone by then. Trying to find the kid. I'm gonna be a blitzball when I grow up. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, now this one's weird because there's like, you have to do things in the right order, and I don't know what the order is. But you have to kind of get like everything, like each row you kind of have to do. Otherwise, yeah. We got how many progressive Al bedtime primers down? We were at 20. So.
Kimari, why don't you use Lancet on it?
Oh god.
What's normally it's as but with a
There's a tutorial. This is like the third stream in of this game. Lancet. Look at how many things we can. We have Flea. What would happen if I use Flea? I wonder. In the middle of this cutscene. That thing died real fast, real hard. Okay, see, there's a path here, but I think that's the way I'm supposed to go. So I have to go talk to these guys first. I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, Titus again. Titus is just gonna be killing everything.
You're not too bad.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Okay. So look, we have some captures, so that's cool. Can we just like swap formations so that I can also get Riku and Yuna? I think there was a character here. Don't I have to talk to you? Yes. Oh, nice. Null Blaze. Do. It would be cool if I could just bop everything with Yuna. But Yuna doesn't have enough strength yet. Nice. Another progressive all bed timer. Oh no! I did not realize this was a boss. I think I hacked myself. Maybe. Yep. We'll see. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely,
Summoner entered.
yeah.
Sir, we should
We messed it
We'll
up.
get our chance.
We messed it up. No, we messed it up. No, you can't flee, it's a boss. Yeah.
Do your best, kid. Do your best, kid.
Yep. I hacked myself. Ah, it's fine. We'll grab the rest of the stuff and come back. You can reload save with LR start select. Oh, hang on. LR start select. Game over, yeah! Do.
Kimari. What? Normally, it's a spot when Alonso uses it.
Hey,
Well, I was in a fight, so it's possible. I kind of want to see what happens if we flee. Does it break the game? No?
company halt.
The fiend before it. We've had trouble with this one before. The Ochu is. We could throw 100 crusade. Ochu poison is it?
There you go. Lunar curtains. Perfect. Okay, I think we lost everything that we gained because we saved or reset. Okay, never mind. It automatically picks it up and says that, hey, we reset or we got this item. That's pretty cool. I like that.
You're not too bad.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
You ain't seen nothing yet. I wonder what my percentage is at. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I love how, like, Titus is just sitting here with 9,999 HP. Lulu and Kimari is just like,
See ya.
yeah. I wonder which character I use the most. You're guessing 70? I don't know. It really depends on how many fiends I've captured. Like 40% of my stuff is just fiends. Let's see. I can pull it up. Yeah, I'm at 58%. Do, 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 do. Already received this item. Yeah, like the thing is it include the percentage is including all checks. Like every single one. Mega potion. I think this is an item. Yeah, it includes all the like dark aeons. It includes all of the like the super bosses. It includes all of the fiends. It includes a lot of things that I have turned off, like all the Bliss Ball characters. Okay, so now it's time to beat this boss, and he's gonna die so fast. We could just overkill it. Like the amount of fiends that I haven't captured is quite high. Like quite high, because I haven't even gone to some zones, right? I haven't used Ifrit at all this round, so just wanted to give it a try.
A summoner enter.
Sir,
We'll get our check.
young crew will be safe.
Bean to most? Yeah, but Inside Sin has a lot too. All baseball players.
Hope I make it to the tournament.
I love the fact that we're getting overkills with Yuna just hitting people. Although I probably should move Yuna a little bit to get some more abilities and stuff. Thank you, Mernko. I see you. Oh, because I'm not, yeah. We've had a whole lot of characters go through this sphere that we're about to go through. Yuna is moonlighting as a hockey enforcer? Wait, what? What do you mean? Which way do I want to go? We'll go this way. Do. Hear Ruby moving around in the background. To be fair, I'm not overkilling people. I'm overkilling fiends. There's a difference. They were people? Yeah. But they're fiends now. Ha 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 ha. Soon. Don't I have to use magic? I'm pretty sure I use magic on you. Fire? You're gonna die. Tentacles absorb magic? Oh, I didn't see the fact that there was tentacles out. Okay, let's just kill this then. Tentacles can't be captured. Oh boy. Well, that was a tough fight. I was surprised. I didn't think that we'd be able to fight it. We win. Well, now we go to the temple. How was the rando? I am OP. I'm in like the second area of the game and I have max hitting ability for everything. So yeah. Save, save, save. God. Just sitting there thinking of... Hey, wow, rude.
Please, let walk.
Lord O'Holland.
I might need the 999 mega elixirs. You never know. Oh wait, no, sorry. Did I say 999? I meant 999. Or wait, I meant 99. Listen, words are hard, okay? I don't know what you expect. Oh man, here we go. This is a Killica cloister. Take the sphere from 1. Place the sphere in 2. 2. Fire. I do like this one. Take the sphere from 2. Place the sphere in 3. As soon as I figure out where it is. Take the sphere from 3. Place the sphere in 4. We touch button. And then we take the sphere at 5, which I think is this one. Is this 5? Or is there another one? Is this 5? I think this is 5. Now we place the sphere in 6. Have a good night, Soren. I can't see. All right, take the sphere from 7. There's a sphere in here? Oh, there is. Place the... No! Place the sphere in 5. Okay. Nice. Take the sphere from 6 and place it in 7. This is 6. Place it in 7. That's this one. Okay. Hit reset at 9. Wait, what? Why? Oh! Clever! Well, that's nice. Honey Ben. Hit reset. Push pedestal to 9. Wait, but like on top of the reset? Oh my god, why is it so hard to do this? Is that enough? Is that... I feel like this is a mistake. Oh, secret! Oh my god. Wait, what? Take sphere from 9, but it's on the ground. How am I supposed to take it? Is there stairs? Oh, there is. Oh, stairs. Oh my god. Place it in 10. Wait, the door? Okay. Take sphere from 8 and place it in 9. Oh, that's why. Okay, now that makes sense. You know, I've always gotten to this part and then I never figured out what to do with the destruction sphere after that. My eyes are getting hair in it from my bangs being too long. A withered bouquet? Aww. I can just leave with the sphere? Okay. What are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here! Rawr! Ah, man, you're not a thing! You could get in trouble! We're all gonna get in trouble! Oh, game over! GG! Banned from the church. Okay. I think that's it, right? We leave? Any chests and side rooms on this one? Nope. We are done with Kilika. Kilika is complete.
All right.
Breaking the law, breaking the law. I need to get to a save point and leave before it puts me on a boat.
See ya.
I mean, it might actually have stuff on the boat, so I don't know. I don't think it does, but I'm gonna save just in case. I don't have jet spheres turned on, so I might actually have to go on the boat. Whereboat? Ugh. Oh, there is checks here. Okay. There's a chest right here. Oh, goody. Progressive all bed timer. Primer. Same thing. Timer, primer. Save. Where am I? I want to go this way.
What y'all talking about?
Oh no. Not the Jack Shop mini game.
Said something about winning the cup.
No.
Oh, right.
All right, be prepared for the game to crash.
But they don't doubt.
Turn off
Well, they do now
cutscenes.
that I'm here.
Cutscene skipper.
Yes, they will.
I'm turning it off. Turning it off.
He
As soon as
used
I
to be
figure
the
out
star
what one it
player
is.
for
I don't know.
Sarah Abe's.
I don't know. Is this it?
Yeah, as if anyone lived in those ruins.
It's not ruins. There's a big city there. There is.
Okay.
I
think I turned off cutscene skipper.
There is.
I'm not good at this mini game. I don't want it. Alia, your game, your stuff, your thing. I see it. Oh no. How do I, where are I thought there was a cutscene that I had to worry about that was upstairs. Where's the stairs? Oh, there it is.
Well, you'll take responsibility.
Relax.
And
You could always.
Yeah, there's another check here. I just have to find it.
What do you want me?
Juno wants to make him a guardian.
Oh yeah, jeez. There's that.
And whose fault?
No. It is.
Okay, let's go do the thingy. Yeah, there's at least one more check that I can't get right now because I have to come back. I hate this mini game. I'm so bad at it. I failed it every time that I played this, and I had to restart it every time. That's baby Titus. Cause this jack shot that you can get here is like one of the most important things that you can get in
Trying to follow in my footsteps,
in
are you? I
Blitzball.
usually charge for lessons, you know. That shot is done like this. You can't do it, kid. But don't worry, my boy.
Not in the vanilla game. You could just like you need it for the first Blitzball thing. I don't know, this is the first time that I'm coming back here in a long time. Memories of that day still haunt Titus. Interfere with his concentration. Try to shake off the memories and successfully perform the jack shot. Press up and left B at the same time. Wait, do I have to press them on the D-pad? Oh, no. Wait, what's B? Oh, no. B is X? Wait, this button? No, it's not. Circle? Well, I'm failing. Did you get the hang of it? Oh god, here we go. Show Jack what you can do.
You're out of your league. You're out of your league. I'm the best. You can't do it. I'm the best. You can't do it. You're out of your league.
Oh god, what? I messed up. Because the cutscenes... Yeah, whiff. Okay, well, it didn't count, so I don't know. I guess we just got it. I don't know. I'm not gonna say. I definitely did not do that correctly. Huh.
Whoa, what's that called?
Doesn't have a name. Anyone can do it if they try.
Show us one more time, yeah?
You only need to hit 8? Oh, so I didn't have to hit them all? Okay. I thought you had to hit them all. Cutscene, 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 cutscene.
How do you know that?
I'm trying to skip, but I can't.
Sir Jack showed it to me when I was a child.
You can turn on cutscene, Skipper. Oh,
He called
shoot.
it the sublimely...
Oh, it worked. I opened it partway through. It worked.
Yeehaw! Here we go.
I need to go back on the boat because I need to get the last item. As soon as I figure out how to get to the boat. I think that's the boat? Question mark? No. That's my airship. Where's the boat? Is it over here? Oh, hey, here we go. Toluca? I just want to be on the boat, please. I need to get the item that's on the thingy. Where are you? I need, there should be some binoculars. Where's the binoculars? How do I look at the birds? Hello? You got some binoculars? I'm looking for binoculars. Anyone got binoculars? You got binoculars? What? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is 4. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta make sure that there's none downstairs. 5, 6, 7, 8. Dog! I can't pet the dog! I lost count. Was it 8? I think. 9, 10, 11. 11, 12. Sneaky bird! Look, he's right behind the stairs. Look at that. Oh my god, 12. Oh. 12. It's gotta be 12. Oops. I've counted. It's 12. Too much? What are you talking about? What? 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine, 10, 11. 12. Because there's one right there behind the stair. Yeah, no, that's 12. What do you mean that's too much? Seen at a different angle? I mean, I'm just gonna guess 10. Maybe there's 2 that are hidden. Weren't there more than that? Okay, fine. I've counted. I guess 11. Okay. Okay. I'm being bullied. Game's rude. Let me go take a nap. So I can leave. Go to Besaid. Oh wait, maybe there's an airship thing. Hang on. How do I go downstairs? Is it over here? Hello? Oh, there it is. Use the lower decks to sleep. Yes, yes, I'm going to rest. Sure. They put me back at Kilika. Okay. Board the airship. I'm thirsty. We still don't have enough for talking to Rin. But there is still a boss on the airship that I can go do. But I'm waiting to do it until I have all the progressive books. Got to bed said. At least the next time I do this, I'm gonna be way faster. How's your tracker looking now? Let me show you. It's pretty empty-ish. Means if that boss has your last book, can you imagine? Yeah, I haven't been to Bavel. I haven't been to Inside Sin. What are the 2 mid-ocean ones? Airship and it's just the airship. This one's the airship. Oh, this one's Inside Sin. Yeah. I'm curious about this one because I'm assuming that the release anima event is unlocked by me completing Bavel, which I haven't done yet. Like the Bavel temple. I don't know, but I'm assuming that's probably what it is. Or like I thought at first it might be that I need the Aeons like from those temples or something like that, but no, because I went there and there was 2 that I wasn't able to get and I'm only missing 1 Aeon, so yeah. All right. So, Makalania, we're not able to do. Pavel is my next major one. And I should turn off...
Here we go!
I should turn back on enemy encounters if they're turned off. I have the cutscene skipper on, by the way. So... But it looks like we're watching this. You still have the tracker up? Oh, okay. Well... Spoilers! Spoilers! Oh, by pressing start and square? Oh, yes, okay, we skip. We're just, you know, you're going to have a bad time. All of these enemies are going to have a bad time. Like a really bad time. Do. I'm assuming that, yeah. I hope that we can fight multiple of these guys at the same time. To be fair, like, really, I can't fight you? What about you? Wow. That's not fair. I just want to... Oh, nice. So much for just cutting down the fiends. To be fair... what do you mean out of range? What do you mean out of range? Hello? What? I wasn't even noticing that. I've just been spamming the X button. Or the confirm button. Hello? I guess we didn't have to fight everybody. We're going to the bottom here. Oh, there it is. Oh, fireproof. Oh, goody. I should have saved. This one is a disaster for me every time. This one doesn't even have a thing that tells you how to do it. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. You rage quit this one? Destruction sphere isn't missable? I need to go left. Okay. So we got the sphere. Take the sphere. And we're going to number 2 now. No, where do you think you're going? Hello? Wait. Oh, this is resetting. Ah, this is going down the same hallway. Oh, no. Okay, I get it. Yep. Ignore me. I got this. Yes. Inserted the Bevel sphere. Back on, here we go. Okay, now we gotta go down this way. I don't know where to go. What? Left? I don't know which direction did I pick? I didn't pick the right way. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, well. Nope. I went the wrong way. We gotta go to number 9. Because that's where there's an item. And I need to grab it. I can't see. I can't see what direction you're sending me. Did it send me back down? I swear to God. I just want... I'm gonna lose my mind. I can't see because it's sending me back. Please. I just want to be able to tell which direction I'm going. Okay, so it should slow down. No, I picked the wrong way because it changed as I pressed the X button. Oh my God. It's fine. It's fine. Turn around. Go back. Right, go, slow down. Oh. Okay, now we go left. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This way. Oh. Okay, now we turn right. At the next opportunity, we go right, okay? Ooh, do. Okay, well, wham. Okay. Yes. I can't see. What? 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 Where am I? There should be a chest at the end of here. What? Why? Hang on, I gotta go back. You have to go and order the numbers? Yeah, but that's only if I want to beat it. I don't want to beat it. I just want to get the chest. See, I want to go that way, but it's not. It just sends me back. This is still the puzzle? Oh. Boo. Okay. So I need to go this way. Yo, thank you so much for the raid! Extreme Final Fantasy! Nice! How was Final Fantasy? Was it like OG Final Fantasy? Why, hello! Welcome in! Chaos! Was in the box! Was in a box! That's not good. Hang on, I'm gonna move my chair up. Boom. We are playing Final Fantasy X Randomizer. Was it like OG Final Fantasy? I'm assuming it was. Okay, we take the glyph sphere and we're gonna go back and to the right. Question mark, maybe. Yeah, Final Fantasy X Rando. Chaos, I heard you were in a box. Do 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 do. Timing is important. This definitely has some timing. Insert sphere 4. Oh, that was your evil twin, Chaos. He does that sometimes. What? Is this not the right one? Maybe I need to put this one here. And then send the thing through the glyph. No, no, no. Can I not? Oh, I can just walk. Okay, I see. Oh my god. They like made all these handy guides for all of them except for this one. Yo, have a good night, Marco. NES Final Fantasy 1. Ooh, nice. Oh, he said chaos, the capital. Jar said chaos with capitals. Oh, my bad. Okay, so 4, 5. Destruction sphere. Goes in here. Okay. Can we put the destruction sphere in the cube? Or do we just push it? Oh, hang on. We probably have to insert that there. And then take this sphere, because we don't need that anymore, so that it can turn into a thingy again. So now we have to go back. Before you go down up to the item, remember to grab the bevel sphere from down below or you miss a check. You can't push the cube without a bevel sphere in it. I'm not even at the point yet. Yeah, I can't go down below. I gotta go over here. Oh, what? This has got to go this way now. This way. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, then I put this here. Maybe. Because it says that I need to put 7 there. I feel like that might not be right, but whatever. I'll just go. So now we have to go all the way. No, 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 no. It's gonna push me off the edge. Okay. Well, off the edge I go, I guess. Yeah. Don't worry. I do. No, I did not press that one. It's fine. Yeah, I would like it if I'm not being backseated while I'm in the middle of figuring out a puzzle, because it's way too overwhelming to have 10,000 people telling me what to do while I'm trying to work out a puzzle. I have to figure out where I'm going, because I might not be able to see. Like, where I'm going, as in, like, now I can't see where the direction is. So, I confirmed the direction too fast, so we're going up. So we'll just go off the edge, which will then allow us to go down, and then we can go to the number 9, which I think should be our last place to go, maybe. Because we have all of the stuff. 1, 2, 1, 2. Well, we passed it again. What is the was it Pixel Remaster, or was it like, you said it was the NES one, but I'm not sure if it was yeah, the Pixel one or not. 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. I think I did the right way. Maybe not. Nope. All right, guess we're going back around again for the 3rd time. I wish that it slowed down at every single one instead of you having to press the timing. Yeah, because that one, it would have been the actual NES version. Ah, okay. I was thinking about doing the Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster for a randomizer. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. There we go. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think I messed it up again. When I press the button, it's like slightly after what I click it on. Nope. 2, 1, 2. Go back. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1. There we go. This one. There we go. Now we got it. Woo! That took 1,000 years. Alright, assuming I've done everything correctly. That should have worked. And there should be a chest here. If I... Wait. I just need to open it. I don't even need to put the thing in there. Okay. Oh, there's a second chest. Hello? Do I have to push this up the stairs? No? I have confusion. Reset? Maybe reset button will... Ah, there we go. That's what it was. Got it! I figured it out! And we got progressive jet sphere. Is your smart cookie? Yes, before anybody decided to backseat after I said not to. Well, bam. Okay, I think that's it for this area, besides, like, just going through and grabbing the item here. Or naming Bahamut. Now we're in the bottom. Yeah, like, I don't mind it if people are helping me when I'm lost. Or whatever else but if I'm just, like, organizing or going through puzzle or whatever else normally I've got something on the tracker that will tell me. Progressive jet sphere again. So we need to touch this. See, this is a puzzle too. Conveniently, we're all together, so cannot be captured. Wait, does all this say it can't be captured? Oh, that's rude. You went out on my personal bet. You finished the temple before cooking my pizza? I didn't cook your pizza. Lulu.
It's okay. I know.
Give me the chest. Designer wallets? Who's throwing 10 designer wallets in the sewer? Out there.
Failure is not an option.
Goodbye, Sahagins. I don't think that we can get this without doing the middle part first. Cause yeah, there's a jump that we have to make on a platform that's not here yet. So let's go back down over here. I was, yeah. I'm still going through and... Oop, wrong way. But I feel like I had to fight specific, like... I feel like when I played this, and I could be wrong, vanilla, I didn't have anything but my, but my Aeons and white magic. That's where the shipment of wallets ended up. Thanks for finding it, of course. I got a book about drawing chibis that I'm gonna be learning with my drawing tablet, so that I'm not terrible at it anymore. Oops. I would like to capture these creatures. Wait, Lulu's here. What is Lulu doing here? There you are. Soft. Oh, hey, Kamari. Might as well pick up Kamari.
Yuna.
No.
Excuse me, I would like to have my characters back, thanks. We've committed now at this point to Yuna, Riku, and Titus. Oh, they actually got an attack off? What? Rude. Do 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 do. Yikes. That's fair, but I feel like they should also show up somewhere else, right? Like, I know that they are in single capture areas or like single visit areas, but I feel like they should also show up elsewhere. Like, I know they don't. But it would be cool if they did. Do 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 do. Candle of life. Hit the button. Yo, thank you so much for the fallout. For the follow. I saw fade out and I read Fallout, and yes, I'm a goof. Ah, I'm a professional. I can speak. Thank you so much for the follow. That's what I was trying to say. That's okay. I'm too. Do. So we need to go over here. There is a button that I need to hit for it to go this way. No, I don't want to talk to you. No, you're gonna kick somebody out of my party. Yes, I know that there's an exit somewhere. I'm busy kicking butt. Oh, good. It didn't swap anyone out of my party. What? Do I have to go to a different one? Hang on. There's no point in having encounters here. It's not that one. Where is the button? Not here. We already hit that one. It's not that one either. They're supposed to be lit up now. Ah, it's this one. No. Where am I? Okay, go now. This place is all about timing. Yes. Go now. Well, bam. Now we should be through the gate, and there should be a chest in here. Yes. Haha. Tetra Elemental. No, there's another chest. I did not see the second chest. Fortune spears. Sleeping powder. Alright. Now we should be done here. Now there's a boss fight. Please allow me to figure out how many chests there are and all this other stuff. So if I make a mistake, that's fine. Because it'll help me remember. Remember that while I'm still, like, this is my first rando, I'm still playing the game. I would like to be able to still play the game and figure things out. I just dropped the box on the floor with my controller in it, my new controller. Thank gosh, it's in a foamy thing. Alright, should be boss battle time. Ifrit.
Your aeons against mine.
Okay. Are you sure? I feel like you're gonna have a bad time. I feel like no matter what Aeon I summon, I will wreck this guy. Goodbye, Ifrit. You know, it's interesting that we can't summon Ifrit while he has Ifrit out. Which I think, like, implies that Ifrit, like, you can't summon... Even though you have a contract with them, you can't, like, they can't be summoned to multiple different, people at the same time, maybe?
It's not over yet.
Do I have to summon somebody new again? Gosh darn it. This, like, whole summoning thing is gonna be yeah. Which would be interesting, like, if you were in the middle of the final boss, right? If you were fighting the big guy where you have to summon everything and some other summoners, like, in the middle of using this, like, using, like, Veilfor or whatever else to fight. Some, like, you know, small enemy somewhere. It's like, sorry, I can't show up. I'm in the middle of being summoned somewhere else. I'm not even gonna do anything else. I feel like I could just kill you with just regular hit. goodness, how many bosses? Something is like buzzing every time that I summon a boss. Either it's in my headset or it's like on the desk somewhere. But it's not a controller because... Oh, hey, Bahamut. Oh, okay. Well... Well, we'll bring out Yojimbo. Maybe. Although you can't see it. There we go. I think you'll be fine with this. Goodbye. Too bad we can't get to see the cutscene. We did a bunch of damage. I have no idea how much it was, but it's almost like a horror movie trailer. We just pay Yojimbo and he will like kill everything. Okay, well, here we go again. Oh, chest? What? We can buy? There's a random shop chest in the middle of nowhere? Yeah, Zamato is, kind of like a one-hit kill. If I'm not mistaken. There's supposed to be a boss in here somewhere, but I feel like it was after... Yeah. It should be right here. Zombie! Oh, he's dead. Well, that was fast. There is a chest on the ground, and I need it. Oh, hello. Let me open. Let me open. Mars sigil. What does that unlock? That's an actual question for chat. What location does that unlock? X potions. Wow. That didn't do me very good earlier. Is there any more boss fights? I feel like this guy's dead, so there shouldn't be any more. Yeah, we're kind of... Thank goodness we just have infinite breathing underwater ability. Just said Mars sigil? Yeah, but that Mars sigil is unlocks something, but I don't know what it is. Like, it's one of the celestial weapon checks. Oh, we have a boss fight coming up. Bakalania egg check? Oh, maybe. Goodbye. Well, we're here. There is a chest here, or a check here somewhere, if I can figure out how to walk. There should be a chest somewhere. I'm just scared because this is one of those, like, locations where, Oh, okay. No, we're fine. Oh, no. Nope. This way? No? This way? I can't go this way. This way? Oh, God. No! I didn't get it! No! There's a check there! Gosh darn, Bavel!
Yeehaw! Here we go!
They might yell at me and tell me I can't go on ahead. Oh, never mind. Hi.
I must thank you for the aid.
So,
have
Well?
we think the
You mean it won't?
A very long time. He may not be.
I know it's, but we gotta.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm.
A dream?
If it works, what'll you do?
Well.
What?
We think the
You'll need more.
Well.
Well,
Okay, we're back there again. I think I might have to reset that area again. Because I don't think I can go back to
Yeehaw! Here we go!
the, yeah, I'm actually... Oh, God.
Hold there. Bavel is off limits by the temple.
Huh?
everyone's in mourning since Maester.
And it's
Okay.
the morning.
At least, the temple's falling apart.
Blah, blah,
They're
blah,
afraid
blah,
of
blah,
riots,
blah,
so they're-
blah.
What's up with you?
They came crying to him to stay, and you know our brother.
Oh, I guess.
Of course. Long story. You'll only find trouble.
I don't really care about staying in Bavel. I would like to go into the temple so that I can... No, I can't go there to the thing. I don't know how to get to the location that I need to. There's a campsite. It said if I leave the campsite, then I could go north and I could get the Lucid Ring from Makalania, but then it didn't work, so now I don't know. This way? Where am I? I feel like that's a different zone. Maybe we go to the campsite now. Oh, hi. This is it. 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 Aha! Got it. Okay, now we're done here. right, now we can leave. We have completed Bavel. Board ship. So now if you look at my tracker, we have 1 check in Makalania. We have Baj Temple. We still don't have enough progressive Albed primers. We have to go to the Celestial Flower in Makalania as well.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
It wasn't Makalania, was it? Oh yeah, it was. It's just way over here. It was the woods. To be fair, it wasn't us, like, it wasn't that they were asking us for help, right? They weren't asking us to go save the temple, RoboKitty. They were just telling us, like, the temple is falling apart, so nobody can go in there. And then we tried to go in there, and they're like, no, you can't go in there. I went the wrong way? It was this way? I was like, I knew there's listen, I get lost in real woods too. Well, part of you can't get in there. Did you not understand them? Probably. Yeah. They were like, how dare you? Ah, here we go. Yep. Now I'm where I need to be. Okay, we have another weapon. Weapon obtains its maximum power. Wait, did I just get... what? I got the sun sigil from doing this? That's goofy. Okay, sure. Present other weapons, Lulu. Do. And Lulu again. Casual Ixion, just chilling with the flower. No one. Okay. Well, that's I think that's all of them. I don't think we have any other sigils that we can get. We don't have Yuna's maximum weapon though. So Makalania still has one more check, and the only way to get that check is by resetting the zone. We'll go to Baj.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Because there is still one check here. Dive! Okay, so over here, this is where we would find, this is where we would find one of the Aeons. Requires us to do everything correctly. Any other dungeons? And I think it's this one. Oh, do we have to make them all glow again? Okay, we'll do that again then, I guess. I do think this area is really pretty. That's one of the things I really like about Final Fantasy X is it's so beautiful. The music is changing. Now there's people singing. Lore-wise, I wonder why it requires the destruction spheres. Right? Like, I get, yeah. This is spoilers. The thing is, like, I know,
You are making...
So you know. My son.
Yeah.
He is the one who said...
You know, my first impression of Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts was one that it felt super weird. Like, it would have fit right at home in Final Fantasy X. Yeah. Thematically, Seymour wants destruction. The spheres are destruction spheres. Yeah, but right, like, in order to unlock this area, like, I understand why he turned his mom into the faith, right? Like, I understand why that happened for that, but then how would he make it so that that it was locked behind all the destruction spheres in the temples, right? Was it so that nobody else could get that power? I just got Ice Eater for gear customization. That was super late. I had every other eater ability except for Ice Eater. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. About the, you know, the Meister. Yeah. The OG. Why does it look like I'm being chased? Oh, it's my own party members. I'm like, who's chasing after me? Oh my god, who's swimming in the water with me? Then I'm like, oh wait, no, that's Waka. Professional. All right. There is a way to reset an area. I need to figure out how to do that right now. No, there's no treasure back there. I got everything from the temple already. / reset region? Yeah, but is it / reset region and then the actual, like, name of the region? Or, like, an individual section of the region? It could have been Waka. There was one in the water, but I had already picked it up. So it's open. There's a chest in there, but it's open. / reset region... Macalania. Macalania has been reset.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Alright, we gotta go back here again. So we gotta go back through the woods, but it doesn't really matter. We're just going straight to... Yeah, we're going straight to straight to the temple. This time we can not, or this time we won't forget that we have to go through this whole thing. No, I took and reset the region, so now I started here, and I don't have to worry about being kicked in the teeth by Shiva. Thankfully, at least. Yeah, story-wise, it's like a full reset, so... There is a full reset for this region. So it's as if I just came through here. Or, like, it's just as in, like, I had just... before I even got, yeah. Something. She just Spider-Man. I was just like the Men in Black thing where it's like, you know that thing where you have the button and it makes everybody forget everything. That's what just happened. There's a fight here, which is really annoying, but I hopefully can just hit it and kill it. I would like to just do that. Flashy thing? Yeah, the flashy thing. I don't know what it's called. Neutralize?
This is what it absorbs.
Blah, 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 blah. Can I just kill it with one hit from... I would like to make it not... I don't want to actually have to fight this thing. What if I hit you? Well, it's dead. Well, I don't actually have to fight it, so that's good. Goodbye. Ah, I'm so glad that I didn't have to worry about that. Oh my god. Listen, this is the whole reason why I'm doing this like this is so that I can see if I really need to like be worrying about anything, right? This is my first time that I'm doing this, so you know, of course I'm gonna be more worried than later, because you know. Save. Hi, Yuna. How are you? Oh. Don't forget to smile. Yep, smile. No, thank you.
See, a wedding's not supposed to.
Come on.
I say what I.
Oh, so
You know.
Can I just... Who's asleep?
make sure you're prepared.
We sleep? Or we go outside? What happened? Oh, it crashed. Well. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. This is, you know, new game. New rando. Very much beta. This is why we don't smile. This game has an autosave feature. Connect. Alright, I think we've reconnected. Now we have the cutscene skipper. Perfect. Alright, don't forget to smile. Oh, bam. Here we go? Yes. Now we fight. You're not allowed to join because you're just basic guardians. I don't need to worry about magic and summoning. I'm just gonna one-shot it. Riku is the strongest in the entire world, apparently. Nobody else gets to level up. Just Riku. I was gonna make a joke about Saku not using Riku's sphere grid levels, but then she went to use those levels, even doing 9999 damage to everything. Yeah, but like, what if we could do more? Like, I don't think Riku's at max HP, maybe. Or MP, or accuracy, or agility. Or other things. You never know when you might just need stuff. I think we just used all of this sphere again. Hang on. What was it that Titus said? It was at, there we go. Wow, look at I feel like we might be almost done with Riku. Like, completely. We'll start over here somewhere. Yo, have a good night. Jack, take care of yourself, please. Got that sphere grid looking more green than a Borg ship. Yep. There's one location that I skipped by accident. So now we're gonna come in here and we're gonna not skip it, okay? Bottom left corner of the temple. Don't forget. Bottom left corner of the temple. Bottom left corner of the temple. Bottom left corner of the temple. And by bottom left, I mean this way. This one. This one chest. Oh my god! Which was, okay, I guess we just got Yuna's celestial weapon. So... Want to check the mess? Okay, now you can see my tracker. Look it, there's only the airship and inside of Sin. So getting through this is going to be a pain in the butt, but it's fine. We still don't have 26 primers, so I guess we'll just go to Sin. Hope we get the last primers there.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
We need to save because we're gonna get our butt kicked many times. We also need to make sure that we have the right team, which is not Waka. Sorry. Also, I think... I don't know if, like, first attack or whatever else so that Yuna has equipped is gonna be good enough, but we'll see. I need to move my stuff over slightly so I can see the tracker in its completionist or incompleteness. Okay. Do 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 do. I know this has nothing to do with that, but like the music is making me think that.
Give me strength.
Bop. Yeah, capture Behemoth King. What do we get? HP plus 10%. Having Yuna with the ability to hit first is good. We've definitely captured an Adamantoise before. What's my sphere levels? I think I could get into one more battle. Oh, I didn't even see those guys on the ground. You can see the tracker! Oh my god, again! I keep messing this up! I'm so sorry. I don't know why I keep doing that. Oh, Rika's about to die. I did not see that. Well, rip. How long is a complete rando run? Well, for me, it's been a little long. But that's because I'm still learning.
You shall be restored.
See, you doing that is rude because I would have gotten Poland as a counter. Now Titus is gonna die. And now Riku's got darkness again. Okay, so note to self, only hit this guy with one of them when they have... Oh, you're silenced. Okay. Well, where's Remedy? We can actually, like, cure people, I guess.
Heal us.
I haven't, like, healed ever with Yuna. As long as we aren't, like, as long as we don't have darkness, we should be fine. Yeah, this is my third, stream of this. But it's mostly been, like, it's, yeah. It's not been too bad for the rando because it's, like, it's, yeah. There's so many quality of life stuff that's in the game that you end up just cruising through it. Okay. Riku is once again going to use all my fortune spheres because, yeah. Oh, I could have ended this a while ago, but I'm doing 100% because I'm going to be putting this into a community rando, and in order to do that, you have to be able to know where every check in the game is that you're going to have in the rando. Why is... How do I get there? Oh, it's here. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. I'm silly. And I think the vast majority of the time I've spent has just been relearning how the game works. To be honest. Go here. Use a fortune sphere. Sounds exhausted? Ah, nah. It's mostly, like I said, just one of those things where it's just relearning the game. Relearning small bits of the game. Okay, this doesn't go anywhere, so I might as well just clear this. Go this way. Well, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, the very first time that you're gonna do this, it's going to be long and whatnot. But, right, you're gonna learn it and you're gonna figure it out after, you know, a very short period of time. There's a few different places I can go and I'm trying to figure out where they are. I remember doing 100% back in the game, or back when the game first released. I think my save file was close to 250 hours to beat Penance, though probably a good 50 hours of that was just being addicted to Blitzball. So the rando actually has different things that I can disable Super bosses is one that I don't have to actually do, thankfully. Fiend captures, even though you'll see at the bottom, it says like fiend capture or whatever else, they're always going to be considered junk items because they're disabled. So anything that I get from them is just going to be kind of like, you know, potions or spheres for the track or, you know, other things like that, stuff that you're not really going to need. Yeah, penance or dark aeons are optional. Same with blitzball characters. So you don't have to recruit all of the blitzball characters. If you know where they are, you can. The Albed primers are randomized so that you can disable them or enable them. Like, there's a whole lot of different things. And even the filler fiend checks are still considered among the total checks, I believe. So there's an inflated number of those on the tracker. Yeah, exactly. So you don't have to do them. I'm not going to be doing the Dark Aeons, and I'm not going to be doing the other bosses. But I'm doing all of the checks that I would need to do for putting it in the community multi-world. All right, attack you. That's fine. I do not want any of these doing anything that will get me killed. So this area is like super grind area, right? If you want spheres, oh heck. I see. So we have to go the other way. I get it. Okay. You can also disable fights. But I still have fiends I can capture here, which will give me some trash junk items and artificially inflate my percentage completion. So this is kind of like the Mario Maker thing where you have to beat and get all the checks before it can become real. I don't actually know what you mean. According to the YAML, the only goal is to defeat Yevon. To get access, you can choose between A, no requirements, B, X amount of party members, and C, X amount of party members and Aeons, or D, all temples and Xanarkand ruins, and E, defeat Nemesis. Yeah, defeat Nemesis is one of, like, yeah, it's great. Hang on, sorry, brain. Let me think here quickly. While those are goals, the thing is you never know where an item can be, right? So you kind of need to prepare that you may need to check everywhere that is accessible in the game, because you never know where, like, a location unlock, a party a character unlock, etc. can be. And if you're playing a multi-world with multiple people, which is what I'm going to be doing with this, you need to make sure that you have... Is this still not good enough? How do I get up there? You still need to make sure that you can check everything. Oh, how did we lose so much health? I didn't even notice that. someone somehow ends up with something important locked behind lightning dodges. I think that's all these. We can speed up the game here. Use a warp sphere. Let's figure out where I need to go. Because Titus's sphere is pretty clear here. We'll go here. We'll just go this way. I'm not even gonna fill in anything anymore because it doesn't matter. Quality of life. Okay. Yuna. Trying to make sure there's nothing over here that diverges, but it doesn't look like it does. So we'll go here. I'm pretty sure Riku is just gonna be maxed out, just straight up. I don't think that there's a way that we don't just max Riku out. It's actually a little bit difficult to see because her name is like covering half the screen. We have to use a warp sphere. Move one more actually. And use a fortune sphere. Gary could activate the entire sphere grid. Yeah, I don't think that there is much left. So where is the key spheres? Where's the purple ones? Riku will just go really fast. Fortune sphere. Do I really have to keep on using all these? Yo, thank you so much for the follow. That could be an interesting goal. Instead of beat E11, make it complete said party member sphere grid. Oops. I'm gonna explain things more in just a second. I'm just trying to get through this sphere grid. I mean, I don't know why I'm even bothering putting strength spheres. It's not like I'm gonna have any problems. I need to zoom in a little bit. Figure out where I can go. This is a dead end, so we'll go here. And then we'll go here. Okay. So this is our Archipelago randomizer. I know that there's other randomizers. What it doesn't randomize is enemies, right? So enemies in the game are where they are always going to be. There is combat logic that you can enable. It's not, you don't have to use it, but combat logic will make it so that you're not thrown right into the final area or like a high-end level area with low-level characters. So there is stuff that will prevent you from going into an area that's just going to get your butt kicked right off the bat. So there's things that you can shuffle with your game. Party characters are in the pool. So party members, events like the different mini games can be enabled or disabled. Lightning dodges is one of the things that can be enabled, but you can make it so that you have to do a specific number of lightning dodges. So you could do, but like 5, 10, 15, or 20, or like all the way up to 200, but it has to be in the quantity of 5. And so you can have either that enabled or disabled. There's the enemy captures. There's like capture sanity is what it's called. Where each of the enemies in the game you have to capture, and what each of those will be a check. You'll see that on, like I said, on my screen here, it's listed because it's still a check in the randomizer. If you turn any of those things off, it will be included in the rando. Like you'll still see it in your percentage. It's just going to be a junk item, guaranteed. So Seymour is playable, but he doesn't have a sphere grid, so he doesn't show up in the menu. The other thing is that because he's the Seymour that you fight with, I think after the whole Machina thing, right, when Sin attacks with all the Machina and whatnot, he's really low level in comparison to everybody else at this point in time, right? We are doing so much more damage. Yeah, exactly, Chaos. So while he is in the party and he doesn't have a sphere grid, it basically means that he's, yeah, not going to really be effective. At this point, at least. We've seen it crash a little while ago. How stable would you say it is? I have crashed this game at least 7 or 8 times. At least 3 times a stream. So a lot of it has to do with like the cutscene skipper specifically. There's a cutscene skipper that you run with the game that is not necessarily super up to date with the Archipelago rando, with how it works. It's stripped back quite a bit in order to work with it, but it's still not like 100% great. So I'd say save often, because you're probably going to run into a situation where your game's going to crash. There is known issues with things like the Ject Sphere cutscene, where you have to do the Ject Shot. Or did I say Ject Sphere? Sorry, Ject Shot cutscene specifically. And a few other places where specifically the cutscenes to do with the Aeons are kind of hit and miss, especially in like tutorial things. I wouldn't necessarily. I think that it's still doable, right? Like it's connected to Archipelago. If you get a check, it recognizes that you got a check and everything else. All you never get into an unplayable state, but it is definitely going to crash. Saving is important. It does auto save, but I wouldn't rely on auto save, because there's some times where you can auto save and the auto save won't work properly. So yeah, I definitely recommend saving often. For the meme, no. But there are different requirements you can set before you can beat Yu Yevon, such as a specific number of party members or party members plus Aeons and some others. Yeah. Yeah, it is, it's mostly after a cutscene, crash that autosave is a problem. Hey, Plains, I hope you're doing well. I think I should take Riku off the group because I don't think I can really do anything else with her anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure this is just the end of the sphere grid for her. Besides warping around, how are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. I don't really think I need to go around and unlock anything else. Riku should go to the bench. For now. We'll put Waka on. Is she trying to get Riku to evolve to Ultra Riku? I'm just trying to, I know that some of these fights can be pretty gross, and I don't know where everything is on the sphere grid, so trying to go through and, yeah. Trying to go through and figure some of this stuff out is a little difficult sometimes. Mostly, like I said, mostly the only autosaves that are problems is an autosave after it crashes. So, yeah.
It's over.
Isn't there an achievement for getting 100% on the sphere grid? Possibly? I don't know. I've never gotten 100% of achievements. It's been a while since I've played this game. Adamantoise. Oh, with everyone. Oh boy. I figure there should be one for doing it with like one character or whatnot instead of with everybody. I don't think there's any other characters that I can capture here, so I think I'm just gonna... Yeah. I'm gonna disable encounters, so we can at least go around and just pick up the items. What? Zombie proof. Nice. Oh yeah, by the way, customizations, also something that's like gear customization, weapon customizations is also something that's shuffled into the pool. So you can go into your Aeons and then go to like their abilities, and you'll see that the cost, like the cost to learn, if you've unlocked something special for them, it'll say free. It's only free for one character, so you can only use it once and then no more. So you really have to pick which character you're gonna have that on. So yeah, same thing with your weapons. If you have a thing, right, you see it says free. I can put fireproof on here, but that means that I can't use the free version of it on anything else. So yeah. Also, if you have any more questions or I haven't explained something like perfectly, please let me know. I would love to be able to help. I feel like there should be a chest here. Oh, it's right here. There we go. Aha. Oh, okay. How long have you been playing this one? 3 streams. This is the 3rd stream of this. You have a question? Yes? What's my favorite Aeon? Oh, okay. My favorite Aeon versus my favorite summon. Okay. Oh, that is... Okay. Bahamut. My favorite summon in general is Phoenix, but Phoenix is not in this game, so... Which makes me sad. Use a warp sphere. What's your favorite pie? Ooh. That's a good question. Pumpkin. Pumpkin pie is my favorite. Oh, there's... Yep. You know, I probably should have gone to, like, the end of this track rather than, like, you know, some ridiculous middle place, but it's fine. We'll just go here in comparison to where we sent Yuna. Move. Move. Oh, bam. Okay. Why did they go with Ixion instead of Ramu? Also, why is there no water Aeon? I genuinely don't know that one. Have you played Final Fantasy 16? No, it is actually... Square Enix sent me a game code for it, and I have not had the chance to play it yet because I've been so addicted to randos. So we also have the ability to, like, speed up our game, which is why we're running so fast. It would help if we actually could, you know, go anywhere. Osmos. Well, there we go. Excuse you. Go this way. No, I was too fast. It's okay. We got it this time. As soon as I can figure out how to walk in a straight line without the camera angle changing or messing up with me or messing me up. Okay. All right, that is everything. Have we gotten our progressive stuff yet? The books? Are we at 26 yet? Or are we still stuck? Yeah, how do I go this way? Ah, there we go. $23? Darn, we're still missing 3 progressive all bed primers. You know, honestly, this should be fine. We are really strong. I don't see an issue with this. Oh. Please stop.
I am part. I will learn to control it from within.
You know, I've seen people cosplay this guy, and I'm just like, how? Because the hair. They actually managed to get the hair, and I'm like, how? How do you manage to do that? That is amazing.
Now nothing can stop us.
Well, we can't.
But you should.
I don't remember anything about this fight, except for the fact that he's gonna die really fast. Can we just, like, kill you with this? Is that gonna work? Also, I have a question mark summon, and I'm wondering why. Why is it question mark? Because I haven't summoned it yet? Oh, because yeah. I don't remember if I have to use magic on you or not. Nope. Goodbye. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to reset Makalania, so now we don't have... Nobody knows what the character is. Me too, Shadow. I really like the Easter egg with that.
So, it is you, after all, who will send me. But even after I am gone, Spira's sorrow will prevail.
Sin will be right.
This is the end game, by the way. So, just, you know, keep that in mind if you're watching. What? 10 fiends still speak. Oh, what? What do I have to do there? I have to kill stuff? I feel like this is gonna be perfectly fine. Okay, well, that's one. Doom? I think I'm death-proof. Oh, well, that's not the one who's death-proof.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter, because it died. 2. Up.
Take that.
Up. EZ PZ. See, I'm not really capturing anything anymore, and I'm wondering, like, how many things have I not done that still count? my god. For a second, I thought that would not... Yeah. Did you have to level up all the party members? Oh, yeah. That scared the pants off me. Rude. I forgot how many... I haven't been paying attention to how many enemies I killed so far. Oh god. Nope. This right here, this guy is literally the reason why I'm not using Yuna's celestial weapon. Because he's a jerk. And I don't want to deal with him, so... No, he's great. No, he's not.
Go! Fight on!
Goodbye. The Marlboro. Okay.
It's over.
Let's go back. Bye, Behemoth King. I think in the vanilla game you actually have to capture 10. I don't know where I am right now. I just know there's a chest here. What? That is not on my map at all. Like anywhere. So either the map tracker is missing a spot or yeah. Oh, it's way over there. What? How did I get over there? That's why I didn't see it. Because it's up in Narnia. So... I'm gonna hit this guy because I don't want to have to deal with the others. Poisoning and silencing and confusing me or whatever else all they do. Do 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 do. There's a check here. Why can't I get it? Oh, goody. Ten of every non-unique enemy. Yeah, I know that Marlboros, like greater Marlboros, whatever these things are here. This is like one of the only places, or one of the easiest places to farm these guys. But I guess you can in the Omega Cave too. But I think they're more common here. Still trying to figure out why some of these enemies, or why this map is weird. Anima is your favorite Aeon? I feel like it's a lot of people's favorite Aeon from this game. I don't blame you. It's pretty cool. Doom. I'm doom proof.
See ya.
Goodbye. Also, hey, how's it going, Ryan? Nice to meet you. How does this game have a randomizer? I just got this game at launch. How is this a thing? Oh man, this is a very, very cool thing. I explained it a little bit ago. I'll explain it again in just 1 second. 2 fiends. Okay, we'll just fight 2 fiends here. Oh, hey! I don't think I've fought this guy. But I'm just gonna kill it with Anima. Are you streaming on 2 different places? I am, but you can see the text above me if there's a comment. But yeah. It's really small text because I don't really have a lot of space.
Please lend us your strength.
But I got this game at launch on the PS2 way back in the day as a birthday present. Nice. I did not. I didn't play Final Fantasy X until after I played Final Fantasy X 2. As a matter of fact, I think I played Final Fantasy X like 10 years ago now. It was like one of the very first games I ever streamed. Oh, somebody's at max sphere level. I'm just gonna go all the way to the end of here. It can do its own thing and I'll just warp around. Oops. I tried to speed it up, but instead I was tabbed out. Yeah, I got Final Fantasy X-2 on PS2 at launch. I feel like a lot of people that have played this game got it at launch. I can't actually see where I need to go from here because I'm zoomed too far out. Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Is there anything else I can do on the grid over here? I think I have to warp. I'm not really like interested in maxing out the sphere grid or anything else all with this character or with any character really. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not losing anything as I'm going through these levels. Actually, I think we can go back here first. Well, bam. Okay. I don't really feel like doing any more of the sphere grid. I've used so much of it already. Titus can probably use more if I really want him to, but seems to I'm not going to be doing any super bosses. I don't think it really matters. Final Fantasy X and Soul Calibur 2 were the first two games I got on PS2. The first two games I got for PlayStation 2 was Final Fantasy X-2 and Kingdom Hearts 2, which seems probably pretty weird considering they're sequels, both of them. To anybody who's familiar with anything. But yeah. I love the oh my god, I love the junction system. I don't know if I got it at launch, but I did play the PS2 version. Okay. I think I need to fight one more battle. So how the randomizer works, there's a variety of different things that is randomized in the game. Oh, I'm gonna get hit. Oh wait, no, I have, that's right, I have, even though I'm ambushed, I actually have first strike, so I just, yeah. When Saka reads a book, she starts at the last chapter and reads them in reverse order, so she doesn't have to worry about surprises. Listen, I'm not very good at reading things in a straight line. You can break Final Fantasy VIII easy. I don't know what it is about, but I always have trouble understanding the junction system to this day. Junction system is very, how do I describe it? It's very easy to break the game because of how it works in comparison to how the enemy levels work. Like, the enemies will level up as your character levels up, but if you don't level up and you only like draw magic and use it in those slots or convert cards and put them in the slots, then you don't really need to, like, you're fighting really low enemies with really high stats. Which is really, I really like the fact that that exists as a possibility. What do you mean 2 fiends? Oh, do we have to kill 2 fiends in this place that we haven't before? Oh. 2 unique fiends, I see.
Say your prayers.
Yo, thank you so much for the follow. I hope it's not... What if it's not from this area and it's just fiends in general? I actually don't know if it's fiends in general or fiends from this area. The right spells and cards to assign? I've never been really good with the card breaking down system because I'm not about that. Works hard at work as long as you're not working too hard, Daichi. But yeah, the randomizer allows you to randomize the characters. So for instance, I'm gonna get into another fight and I'm gonna show you something cool. Possibly. Oh my god. Wait, is that 26? No, it's 25. Okay, here you go. Check this out. We have Seymour in our party. But, yeah. See, yeah, but the thing is, I don't know if it's unique enemies or not. I don't think this is a unique enemy in this place. This thing will kill me. So I'm just gonna kill it first. Yeah. Wiki says any fiends. Really? I fought 2 fiends in the entranceway and it didn't count. Goodbye. Yo, have a good night, Brian. If you're interested in the randomizer, if you join my Discord, we have all the information in there on how to set it up, and people can help you with setting it up. I've helped a couple people now with that, so yeah. Infamous, that would not work because they are on YouTube. And that command, my bot is not connected to YouTube correctly. You'd have to copy it over. It's gotta be like an elevator or something here. There we go. Honestly, I thought I was gonna get another Albed primer and I was gonna be grumpy. Wow, we have so many attacks before the Marlboro does. But I feel like the Marlboro will always use bad breath. Even if they can, yeah. Yo, have a good night, Scarth. Thank you so much for being here. Saku, what do you have to say about these rumors that you are cute? I think that they are fake. I would like to go over here and touch the door. Oh, this guy's gonna hit me back. Oh, never mind. He's gonna miss. Okay. We got a door here, and then a door here. How many? I think it's 10, 10, and then 5. So, how many do I have left? 3? 9? What? Oh, 15. 10, 10, and then 15. Okay, never mind. I feel like he had an instant regress with that counterattack. Yeah. I don't think we really need to worry too much about much. 9, 15. I just need to fight a few things. I keep getting the same one guy. Waka's not getting any experience, although it doesn't matter because they're all just sitting at like max. Well, at least Yuna is. This is normally a level 4 key sphere in this chest. Oh, wow. He didn't actually kill it. But he got an attack. Yo, a new overdrive. Six fiends. Bop.
Take that.
Bop. 5 fiends. Bum, 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 bum. I do have fun talking. I talk a lot though. Like a lot. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I want to talk about with Final Fantasy X. This is a brand new randomizer. It's going to have bugs. There is one known issue, okay? Actually, there's two. The eject shot crashing if you have the cutscene remover open is one. The other one that is more important is there are missable checks in the game currently. In the rando, 4 of them possibly. 4 of them possibly in the Thunder Plains. If you don't collect them while in the Thunder Plains, when you're there the first time, you cannot get them. What is a randomizer? A randomizer is when, you know when you open a chest in like Ocarina of Time or whatever else, it's supposed to have like a bow or something else in it. Well, a randomizer takes all the items from the chests and everything and specific like boss kills or boss hearts or other things like that and will shuffle it around to new places. So there's logic in place. So there's a programming code is what it's called. We call it logic that will prevent soft locks, so you're not going to run into a place where, let's say, there's a bow that's locked by a bow locked location. In this instance, the things that are randomized are everything in the chest, all the party members, the Aeons, a whole bunch of different things. I have a list on the thing. I think it's !FFXAP that somewhat describes it. Thank you, Infamous. I'm still not hitting at max damage when it has strong defense. Maybe I should actually work on Titus's Sphere Grid. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Go here, go here, go here, go here. None of this is branching, so... Oh, we should stop here? Some games randomizers will also have options for glitch logic or glitchless logic, depending upon if there are tricks or skips to bypass requirements. Yeah. There's a whole lot of things that have developed with randomizers over like however many years they've been around now. Okay, I think we'll see if that does anything for 4 fiends. Okay, 4 more fiends. Actually, we'll just defend for a second. And you can hit. Oh, it still didn't max out. I'm surprised. How many times have you beaten the game? Once. Your tally is 3? This will be the second time right away. I could have beaten the game a while ago. I need to be, so I have a community multi-world, right? It is something that the community does like every month, and it's coming up soon. And because of that, I want to make sure that I can submit this game because I really enjoy playing this game. And in order to do so, I need to make sure that I can clear every available check that is going to be considered a check that I have to clear everything on my map, right? So for my map tracker that says like what's in logic and whatnot, because there's I'm struggling to words this. In order to submit something, you have to be able to grab every item from the game, know every item, where every item is that could possibly be somewhere in your game. So this one's a little complicated because it's, even though there's like my percentage right now with how many items I've collected, I've only done 65% of the game. But that's because there's a whole lot of fiend captures that don't count that are included in the percentage. So I don't have to do them. Are you required to fight the bosses after the final Aeon since they're kind of impossible to lose? What do you mean? Are you talking about after, like, to fight you, Yevon? With the Aeons? Yeah, you finish the rando by beating you, Yevon. So you have to beat you, Yevon. Anything after that, like, that is the end of the game. Actually, is this done yet? Yeah. There's nothing else after that, because once you do that, you beat the game. The game is done. Hey, Watera. All right, I don't think there's any more of these chests like this, so we can skip. We can turn off encounters now. Yeah, like once you beat you, Yevon, the remainder of the checks that are in your game will be sent out. So you don't have to do anything else. At least for me, I have auto release on, so. Also, I like your name, Polite Lurker. It's a pretty good one. All right, so we can turn off encounters and we'll just cruise through here. We can go a little faster so that we're not going super slow. Whoop. All right, so this area here, we ended up finding an item there. So there is an item over here somewhere. Is there a ramp? Oh, there it is. I'm just you know, not able to see apparently. More teleport spheres. Actually there's more down here. So our music is kind of weird because I am, you know, going fast and speed up the game. There we go. Chocobo feathers. Oh, man, we got chocobo feathers again. We're stealing the feathers from Chocoboa. You know, the first time I played this, No. Oh, God. Down, down, down. The first time I played this, I did not know about any of this stuff. There's my Albed primer. That should be the last check that I have to do. Now I have to get through here. By the way, Sin, the only check left here is to beat this area. Save, save, save. And board the airship. So now I'll show you my tracker. This time I'll take it off the screen, I promise. Okay, so this is how I'm determining what I have left in the game, okay? So all the stuff with gray boxes, that means I've done everything in that area that is in logic. That is something that I'm required to do to beat the game. Or sorry, to 100% this game. If it's green, that means there's a check. So this is to defeat the final boss. Or to defeat the Braska's final Aeon, which I don't think I can come back from. So once I defeat the final Aeon, Braska's final Aeon, I'm stuck in there. So I have to do this now. So there's a check here to collect all the primers and talk to Rin, and to defeat the overdrive Sin while on the airship. So that's what we're gonna do right now.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Show me the gray boxes. They were on the screen. They were like all along the path. I'll show you them again when we're done this fight. Can you zoom in? I can't zoom in. Well, I can probably make the window bigger. But I can't like zoom in on the actual things. So like I can probably like make the whole window bigger. But yeah, I'll do it after because I can't do it now. Because now that I've gone to this airship, it's going to automatically trigger the fight that I need to. It's on your list to check out. Ooh, it's a pretty good one. I was curious how many items left? Literally 2 on this ship. This is 1.
Any last minute supply?
Wait, can I not? You know, he's got some pretty good weapons here that I did not realize. Look at all those slots that I could just put stuff on.
You're selling stuff?
But once Sin is gone,
man, you're dead.
If there's anything I can help.
Ace, win topped.
Janokut.
Yeah.
Wiraja fam may not win dukia.
Eiko, uluwi goof tranelg.
Dat regdrat shofunt lusa. Drid.
Ace ribidu.
Rana imnakad. Du.
Yeah. There's one of our checks. So, and now we have to go we have to trigger the fight. I don't actually know at what point I can do that. I don't know if that was on the way to Kilika or on the way to Luca. But I just unlocked Luca, like the locations are actually randomized. So how the randomizer works is that when you start the game, you start with one location, And that'll typically probably be Baj Temple, I think, because it's just how the game functions. You complete that area and then you are sent to the airship. When you're sent to the airship, you have whatever you've unlocked in Baj Temple is available next. So for me, it was, we skipped Kilika. I think we got Besaid. We skipped Kilika. We went to Luca. Not because we wanted to, but because that was what we unlocked. So... Who do I talk to trigger this fight? Here we go. Oh, never mind. Okay, actually, now that we're back in the thing, you can see it. Here you go. This is my tracker. Okay? There. It's zoomed in. See? These are the gray boxes here. These ones that I can't put my mouse over because it'll pop up a box. So this one, this one, this one, all these ones, those are all the gray boxes. Okay? Those are the ones that are done. So I have 2 boxes. So the list here, these are all of these locations were stuff that we had to manually find in the game. We couldn't unlock them just by walking into the next destination. Once we finished the story in an area, it would automatically bring us back to the airship menu. We'd have to pick a new area. So we can't actually, you wouldn't actually be able to fully go into a new area except for, yeah.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
If there were checks that weren't available, the boxes would be red. Yes. If they were yellow, that means that they are available, but only if you use a glitch.
I think it's a little early.
I don't know if I have the boss fight already here or not. I think it might already be here. I thought I had to trigger the fight with Sid, but it seems like the boss might actually just already be here. Maybe. Who knows? We'll find out when we walk outside. Okay. Guess it's not here yet. We might have to talk to somebody else. Just not Sid, apparently. Oh, Yuna's there. Wait, Yuna's there on the top here? I thought she was in the bridge. Ah, here we go. Now we have the boss music. Yeah. Okay, we'll save. You can't save my save menu, but every time the screen goes black there, that's because I'm saving. For some reason, it doesn't capture the save menu. Which I guess isn't like too bad because it also has like the AP information and everything else on it. So it's like, would probably get really overwhelming to look at all the time. It skips every scene. I wonder how, like... Yeah, the randomizer skips every cutscene. You can make it so that it doesn't, but because I'm having to do this as quickly as possible to try to get it done before my Archipelago coming up, I need to do it fast. I feel like this will kill it. No, it's got 140, so maybe not. Now this will kill it, though. Yeah, if you don't skip any cutscene, this game takes 10 hours, even if you're speedrunning. Yeah. And what do we get for doing that? We got 20 lightning gems. So again, you can see my tracker, which now shows that this is a gray check, which means we've completed all of this. So now it's literally just this one right here. Defeat Braska's final Aeon, the boss in that zone. That is our last check and the only one we have left to do. So this should put us, when we go back to Inside of Sin, it should put us where we left.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
Crossing my fingers. Yeah, the spoiler-free version is, that is, Anima is a lady. I don't know how many, yeah. I know there are some people that are, oh gosh. Ready to fight, Jekt? Yeah. Trying to mod and still avoid spoilers, and I appreciate it. All right, here we go. Best music in the game. I probably should have been recording this so that I didn't get it muted when it got, yeah, finished and put on the, yeah, VODs channel, but we'll see. I wonder if I can just go and kill Jekt really fast without having to worry about the things on the side. Twitch is not the one I'm worried about. It's YouTube that, or sorry, Twitch would, I'm worried that Twitch will allow it but might mute my VOD later because it, yeah, sometimes happens like that. So hopefully, I don't know if this boss is dead. I think so. I think we did it. I think, maybe not. Nope. Not dead. Phase 2. I don't want to touch any of those things on the side. Missed! He missed! I can't believe he missed. But yeah, so those things on the side there, if you hit them and you kill them, and if you kill them for more, like, let's say they have 9999 HP, and you kill them for like 100 or 10,000 or something like that, then every additional, like every time you hit them for more HP than they are, they add that HP on top of the first time. So if I can avoid it, I don't want them at all taking damage. But they also heal and do damage to me. But I think, I'm pretty sure this might hurt. Nope, he's just gonna miss. Okay. You know, honestly, I'm okay with this. So now he's being buffed, so he does more damage, which is, and healed. And it won't matter if he keeps missing. So if he doesn't miss though, that's gonna be a problem. But I think he's dead here, so I don't think it matters. He healed for... Yeah.
Yuna!
Yeah, I'm OP, right? Like, I spent a lot of time, where is, oh, there you are. I spent a lot of time just grinding up stuff. Is this a 100% front? No, not really. How are you here? Excuse me. Oh god, down, right, that LBRB. Oh god, I messed up. There's a fail. I pressed B and then A instead of A and then B. I think we win. Yeah, the thing is that we skipped the Aeon fight, or the Aeon portion of it, because it was possible that we weren't going to be able to get all the Aeons. You'll see all of the things on the left-hand side will just go zoom really fast on the tracker. So whatever we have there, once we finish, should just automatically get sent out. So that should just, if we've beaten the game correctly, then that should move. the text at the bottom. Ba-bam! Skip the ending. I'm scared because I don't want to get the VOD muted. So I don't know. You only need 5 Aeons here, to be fair? It won't? Okay. Then I won't skip the ending. I think you, Yevon, is technically an undead parasite, so a Phoenix down kills it? What? Seriously? GG! That was my first. What checks were on the Dark Aeons? A lot of the things that were left were the Monster Arena. And then recruiting Blitzball players. Oh, Super Boss. Ether. I guess I'm just gonna scroll up and you can take a look in the screenshot if you need. But these are all the things that we hadn't done, and a lot of them were fiend captures or recruiting Blitzball players. If you know where the Blitzball players are, right, it's pretty simple to go and do. But, yeah. Lightning dodges 50. Gross. That would have been, that was, yeah. Just looks like random items. All of these checks are guaranteed to be junk. Like 100%. The reason why I didn't get, or the reason why I didn't do it, was like dark, if right here is potions, right? The reason why I didn't do them was because they're all like, if there's a thing in here in this bottom text thing that is blue, not like teal, or if it's purple, then something messed up, because all of this stuff should be junk. Everything in here should be junk completely. Mini games should be junk. Yeah. Would that also include recruiting Blitzball players that are already on teams? Because that would be disgusting. I don't know. I don't know enough about the Blitzball players, so I turned them off. Because I don't do Blitzball. But yeah. Can I say how to do their checks? Yeah, absolutely, Kippa. No Blitzball? Nope. I'm good without. Like, the thing is one of the cool things about the randomizer is if you want to do it, then just turn the checks on, right? Like, 100%. You don't need to have... Like, you don't need to skip them like I do. You can go ahead and do them. I just didn't want to. You just need a good team? Yeah.
Don't stop.
But
all you have to do is scout them. Whether they're a free agent or a scout, just need to open the scout menu.
It's all right.
Oh, free agent or on a team? Yeah. See, the thing is like you could probably have it so that you do Blitzball.
It's been long enough.
But I wish there was like a Blitzball difficulty. So like you would so that like if you had the ability to get like the top players or whatever else all and do like some of the earlier matches or whatever, like an easy mode, then I would be all for it. But like if I had to play it myself, no. So the Oryx in the locker room, for instance, after the tournament, just scout each of them and they'll all have a check? Interesting. I'm not going to turn them on as a check, right? Like when I do a randomizer for the community async. But I can, like, you know, slowly learn them and see. Like, I can turn them on the tracker and just see how to get all of them. But, like, right now, I just, yeah. Tightest jack shot, then hide behind your goal. Always win. See, I try to hide behind my goal, but I can't even get there without these guys just eating my face. I have never, ever won the first match of Blitzball, ever. I have no idea how people do it. It is hard. Blitzball is still 26 game for the Jupiter Sigil. Yeah, and the randomizer Jupiter Sigil is like randomized somewhere else. So I don't feel too bad about not doing it. But yeah. It's rough because they make you use Waka, but it's doable. To be fair, that very first game, it's not expected for you to win that game, but it's possible. Yeah, it's just hard. I don't know how to play Blitzball. I think that it would be okay if I knew how to play the game, but yeah, it's pretty difficult. First match, yeah. Took me 10 tries. Oh, it's hard.
Yuna, I have to go. I'm sorry I couldn't show you Xanarkand.
If you lose the opening coin flip, like by the time, so it's like many times I'm trying to get to the goal and I'm surrounded by 4 of the Luca players, and then I go to the next one, right? I go to pass it and I can't because my stats are too bad to go through four players, right? And then it's just over and over and over again that happens. But hopefully, like I said, if I play the rando and I give it a try, right? Like, it's something that I'm not going to have as a required item. I'm going to turn it off, and then I can just, like, what I can do is I can just go in and play, right? And as I get better, then I can start turning those checks on. But, like, right now, I don't think it's a problem with doing the checks that I've already done, because it already took me, like, 3 streams to do so. But, like, to be fair, next time that I do this, I'm not going to be 100%ing it, right? Like 100%ing all of the available checks that I can do, or that is required for me to do. I don't even know how to properly say it. It's not required for me to do it, but like, I have turned on a specific number of checks. I needed to do all of those checks in order to say that I know how to do them, so that I can put this game in the async. So this is me doing that right now. So now I can do this for our community async. But yeah. So we're gonna do this again tomorrow. So let's see if we can beat it one stream. Because I'm not gonna be required to beat the whole game. Really? Another run? Yo, yeah. I have a 40 game Archipelago randomizer coming up that I'm doing. I have to complete all of the games and do it by myself. So this is one of those games. It is important for me to know, like, how to do things quickly. So, and right now I can't play any of the ones that I want to add on there that I haven't done yet, like Hat in Time, Time Spinner, and a couple of other things, because I need my hard drive that failed. So all 40 of all 40 myself, not simultaneously. No. No, they're all gonna be connected to a server basically, and I'm just gonna like start and stop each of them as I go through.
Now, Sin is finally dead.
It's another streamer named Fu.
Now
says more power to you.
Ours again.
I know Fu. No, I didn't start this game today. This is the third stream with it.
Now we can make new homes for ourselves.
They are interconnected, yes. All of them are interconnected, yes.
Although I know.
I'm trying to remember, like, I'm not going to remember all of them off the top of my head, like what all of the games are, but I can read them off after.
We will rebuild Spirit.
I didn't know that you knew Fu. Shadow?
The road is ahead of us. So let's start out today.
Yeah, Fu and I did an AP together. But yeah, I know Fu from GDQ hosting. I was a GDQ host.
Just one more thing.
Multiple times.
The people and the
but yeah.
that we have lost. No dreams that have faded.
See you, polite. Have fun.
Never forget them.
Goosebumps. Goosebumps. This is so emotional. This whole like game is so emotional. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Skip, skip. Is this credits? Is this credits? Skip. Nope. 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 Would love to, but no, absolutely not. I am not getting copyright claimed. I am not going to get my VOD muted. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, I want to, hang on. I think I sent, was it? I sent somebody a message. This is from, what is this? How long ago was this? A year ago, over a year ago now. I don't even know when, but this is the playlist of my very first 10 game randomizer. So, you know, if you're interested in watching it, then, yeah. It's been edited down so that, because it was originally 48 hours, 84 hours? I don't remember. I sent, yeah, maybe it's 48 hours. Because I tweeted out about it, about the fact that it took me so long, and I sent, like, the VODs to Tropical, and poor Tropical had to, go through everything. When do you think he'll do the 40 game? Yeah, poor Tropical. Also, welcome in Arson and Taylor and McSwirls and Bubble. Let me go through the list of the 40 games. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Oh God! Every time I open the list, it is all bright and my eyes are like ah. Okay. The games that are on. Okay, I have 41 games because I'm gonna take one game off. Okay. I haven't figured out which one it's gonna be, but yeah. So here is what we got so far. A Link Between Worlds, A Link to the Past, Animal Well, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Crystallis, Dome Keeper, Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster, Final Fantasy 4 Free Enterprise, Final Fantasy 10, A Hat in Time, Hollow Knight, Jigsaw Puzzle, Kingdom Hearts 2, Luigi's Mansion, Majora's Mask, Mario 64, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Prime, Metroid Zero Mission, Minecraft, Nonogram, Ocarina of Time, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Pokemon Emerald, Portal 2, Raft, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Spyro the Dragon, StarCraft 2, Stardew Valley, Subnautica, Super Metroid Link to the Past Combo Rando, The Messenger, The Minish Cap, Time Spinner, Tunic, Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, and Zork. So, those are all 40 of the games. Well, there's 41 on that list, and I'm changing things up regularly. Like, I have the Messenger on there, so I'm probably gonna take the Messenger off as the one game that I am probably gonna be removing from there. And I also have Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow or Aria of Sorrow? No, is it Dawn of Harmony of Dissonance and one of the other, Aria of Sorrow, are possible choices to put on here as well. So there is a bunch of those that I have not played yet. Animal Well is one. Pixel Remaster is another. A Hat in Time is another. Metroid Prime is another. Spyro the Dragon is another. Time Spinner is another, and Zork is another. Those I have to go through a first playthrough first before I can do the 40 game. And so that's what's holding it up right now. the thing that's holding up those, me playing those, and instead I'm just doing, you know, the Final Fantasy X and other random games in the meantime, is because of my hard drive exploded. So I wish that was metaphorically or an over-exaggeration, but no, that is literally what happened. And it took 2 of my other hard drives with it, and so I need to get a new hard drive to replace that because I can't record anything, and I record my first playthroughs so I can put them up on YouTube. Yes, is Zork Grand Inquisitor? Yes, it is. That is one of them. Yes. But yeah. So yeah, tomorrow I'm doing another one of these because I can't do any of the first playthroughs until I can record them. Can't do those first playthroughs until I get my hard drive. My hard drive should be coming next week, and hopefully my recovered data from my first hard drive that died should also be coming next week. So it should all work out perfectly, hopefully. Cross my fingers if everything is nice. I'm gonna go to the just chatting scene here. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. I am really excited to do it again. I feel like I'm gonna go so much faster now that I know what I'm doing, where I'm going, and everything else all. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I think the biggest thing that's gonna end up holding me up from finishing like the first playthroughs and everything else all is that some of them I'm not doing like actual recordings for, so but I am getting people to help me learn them, and you know, their availability is kind of a key factor, right? Right, I have Fogs who's going to be doing Zork with me, helping me out with that. Scarth is going to be helping me with StarCraft 2. Blastoise is going to be helping me with Mario 64. Those I'm not doing like a full first playthrough. I'm just going straight into the randomizer. I'll definitely have to check it out when you do the 40. It will be interesting. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really excited. I should look into the games list to see if I can help with any. Zork is always a fun first playthrough. Yeah. A lot of these games I've done before. A lot of them I've done the rando for. But there are about like 10 or so, I think, that, or slightly less than 10, that I will need to do for the first time. So what I originally was going to do with the 40 game, and the reason why I was like, I can do it by the end of this year, which I do still believe that I can still do, right? Because like I'll be able to finish it before the end of the year. The reason why was because I was going to do like double up on games. So like A Link to the Past was going to have like Randomizer, Entrance Shuffle seed, and then I was going to also have a regular A Link to the Past seed. But then when I was talking to the community had mentioned that if there's too many of the same game, it would make things a little bit more complicated to follow, rather than having each game separate, right? Then yeah, it's gonna be slightly confusing for like SMZ3 and A Link to the Past because they're both gonna be in there, but I can't do Super Metroid on its own. It's too much. It's too tech heavy. So I use the A Link to the Past in SMZ3 to cushion the skill level for Super Metroid. There would be seed bleed in real time, but I think it'd be funny to watch you keep things straight too. But I get why others wouldn't like that. The thing is, like, just because, right, there's a lot of people who are familiar with Ocarina of Time. There's a lot of people who are familiar with this particular game or that particular game. So, like, if I'm having multiple of a game that they're maybe not necessarily familiar with, it's going to be even more difficult for them to track rather than, you know, yeah. And I get that. And I just want to make it a good experience for everybody because I think that, you know, it's going to be a lot of fun, right? Like I'm going to have an absolute blast with it. And I really am super excited to be able to share it. I am doing an Archipelago community rando soon. If you are interested in joining, this is a group async, so you don't have to be available at the exact time it starts. If you're interested in this game, if you're interested in playing any of the Archipelago games, then join the Discord, give yourself the AP multi-world role. I'm going to be changing it to async AP multi-world role. So, but if you grab the AP multi-world role, it's going to be changed to the async one anyway, so you'll be fine. And then we're going to do one cool. It's going to be soon. So, yeah. I'm thirsty, so I'm almost on my water for the day. Oh, all right. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. We'll be back tomorrow with more Final Fantasy X Rando. I hope you all liked it. I really, really, really hope you liked it because I do want to do way more of them, and I, of course, want people to enjoy the stream, though, so I really hope that you enjoyed it so that you'll want to see more. But yeah. It's always fun. I'm glad. What am I doing? Oh yeah, finding someone to follow, or to raid from my following. I went to a Final Fantasy X Symphony Orchestra concert last weekend or the weekend before, and it was amazing. I put some of the videos that I was allowed to take in the Discord. I was able to take a couple of videos as long as I wasn't interrupting anybody, and because it was dark, it was basically pitch black. The screen was pitch black as well, so it was not bad. But yeah, it was, yeah. It's nice to be able to... Yeah. No, it wasn't Distant Worlds. It was something licensed. It was something licensed. I really wish Distant Worlds would come here, but there is zero chance that they're coming to my city. Because, yeah. It's too small of a city. But I do want to go see. There is a near Symphony Orchestra coming to Toronto or Montreal, and I'm debating on which one. I kind of want to go see it, but also it's far and I have to save up, so it really depends on how much I can save up before. Yeah. It's a Final Fantasy X focus show. That's super cool. Yeah, the one that I went to is focus was Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII, and Final Fantasy X. And it was pretty great. You always wanted to go see one? It is, I definitely recommend. It is not what people expect that have never been to one. I went with family members and they mentioned that they were expecting it to be, they mentioned that they kind of expected it to be like individual songs rather than like kind of the way that it works. I don't really know how to describe it, but I really love music, and I have a song. I have more than one song, but they're not, the new ones are not released yet. And yeah, one of them is actually 1,000 words. I recorded a cover song for 1,000 words a while ago now, and it just has been stuck in limbo for a bit. Mostly because the first song that I wanted to do, I wanted to get it out, but I'm ready to give up on that one song because it's just not going anywhere. It's stuck. Let's see, who are we gonna raid? I'm gonna raid Savannah. Savannah's doing Elden Ring. Savannah's always good people to raid. It looks like Savannah is streaming with a couple of other people, maybe? So... yeah. Sudaki-dane was played at the symphony orchestra that I did as well. It was great. Oh, okay. Thank you all again so much for being here. I really appreciate it. If you haven't already joined the Discord, make sure to join the Discord. Follow the instructions so you actually get access to a whole Discord and you're not stuck in limbo. If you're stuck in limbo, if you're joined the Discord and you only see like 5 channels, it's because you've missed something you need to do, and that allows us to give you the role that gives you access to the full Discord. We have a pretty bot, like a heavy bot protection, so yeah. We also don't, I also don't believe in everyone pings or anything else all like that. Yeah. So I keep trying to do the raid command, but then I forget how everything works, and I'm now trying to do /Twitch instead of /raid. There we go. Jeez. If you're interested in seeing my 10-game solo multi-world that I did about a year ago, like I said, there is the link to the playlist, and it would be fantastic if you would like to share it around, because, yeah, more people should see it. At least I think so, but I'm biased because they're my videos.